Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never told this story outside my immediate family, but it's been 15 years and I still can't explain what happened that night. Back in 2007, I was staying at my then husband's parents' house in Southern California. It was this big old place built sometime in the 1920s, lots of dark wood, creaky floors, and those old-fashioned door handles that always feel cold to the touch. My husband Mark, our 4-year-old son Ethan and I were visiting for a week during summer break. The first night we arrived, Mark casually mentioned that the house was a bit active, as he put it. He grew up there and told me stories about a little girl ghost that his sister claimed to see standing at the foot of her bed and other weird stuff happening over the years. I remember rolling my eyes at him. I've always considered myself practical. I need evidence before I believe in anything. Ghosts weren't real, they were just stories people told to make old houses seem more interesting. Just wait, he said with this smug little smile. You'll see. I brushed it off. Mark always had a flair for the dramatic, and I figured his childhood imagination had just run wild in this admittedly atmospheric old house. The first 2 days were completely normal. The house was beautiful in a vintage way, with high ceilings and those intricate crown moldings you don't see in modern homes. My mother-in-law had decorated it with antique furniture that probably cost more than our car. It was comfortable but formal, the kind of place where you're constantly worried your kid is going to break something worth more than your monthly salary. On the third night, I woke up around 2 in the morning, absolutely roasting. The house didn't have central air conditioning, just window units in some rooms, and our guest room didn't have one. Mark and Ethan were both fast asleep, completely unbothered by the heat that had me drenched in sweat. The window was open, but there wasn't even a hint of a breeze coming through. I carefully slipped out of bed, trying not to wake them. I was wearing just a tank top and shorts, my hair sticking to the back of my neck from the sweat. The hallway was dark, lit only by a small nightlight plugged in near the bathroom. The house had these long, wide corridors that seemed to swallow up any light. I made my way to the kitchen, my bare feet sticking slightly to the hardwood floors. The kitchen was at the back of the house, with this big bay window overlooking their garden. I remember the moonlight coming through, casting these weird shadows across the floor. I got some water from the tap and stood there drinking it, looking out at the yard, wondering how people lived in Southern California before air conditioning. After I finished my water, I realized I was wide awake. There was no way I was going back to sleep anytime soon in that sweltering bedroom. I decided to go sit in the living room and maybe watch some TV with the volume low. They had this massive sectional sofa that was actually comfortable, unlike most of the furniture in the house. This is where things get difficult to explain. I was walking from the kitchen toward the living room. You had to pass through this little connecting hallway with the laundry room on one side. It was maybe 10 feet long, completely dark, except for what little moonlight spilled in from the kitchen behind me. I was about halfway through when I heard it slam. Something hit the wall hard, about 2 feet to my right. It wasn't like someone had punched the wall. It was more like something small and solid had been thrown against it with force. It was loud enough that I jumped and almost dropped my glass. My first thought was that something had fallen off a shelf, but there were no shelves on that wall. Just a closed door to the laundry room, and it wasn't the sound of a door opening or closing either. I know what that sounds like. This was a sharp impact, like something hitting drywall. Before I could even turn my head to look, I felt something. This is the part that's hardest to describe. It felt like something rushed past me, like when someone runs by you really close and you feel the air displacement. But it wasn't just air. It felt dense, like it had substance to it. It moved from where the sound had come from, right past me on my right side, toward the direction of the living room. And it was fast. So fast. Maybe 2 seconds total. I could actually track its movement because as soon as it passed me, I heard another impact sound, this time from the direction of the fireplace in the living room, about 4 feet to my left. Then nothing. Complete silence. I stood frozen in that hallway. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stood there, glass of water clutched in my hand, trying to process what had just happened. There was nobody else in that part of the house. Mark and Ethan were asleep in the bedroom. My in-laws' bedroom was on the opposite side of the house. There were no open windows that could have caused a draft strong enough to knock something over. And what would have made those impact sounds anyway? There was nothing there. After what felt like forever but was probably only 30 seconds, I managed to get my body working again. I didn't run. I don't know why, but something in me knew not to show fear. I calmly set my glass down on the nearest surface, which happened to be a small side table. Then I turned around and walked, not ran, walked, back to the bedroom. Every step felt like I was moving through molasses. The hallway seemed twice as long as before. The whole time, I could feel eyes on my back. Not human eyes, something else. I didn't look back. I just kept walking, one foot in front of the other, focusing on keeping my breathing steady. When I finally reached the bedroom, I closed the door behind me as quietly as I could and slid back into bed. I pressed myself against Mark's back, trying to absorb some sense of safety from his sleeping form. I didn't wake him up. What would I even say? I think something just ran past me in the hallway. He'd either think I was crazy or worse, he'd give me that "I told you so" look. I lay there awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, listening for any other sounds. The house was completely silent, except for Mark's soft snoring and the occasional creak of settling wood. But those two impacts, that rushing presence, kept replaying in my mind. Morning eventually came, and I must have dozed off at some point because I woke to Ethan jumping on the bed and Mark telling him to be careful. I felt exhausted, like I hadn't slept at all. Over breakfast, while Ethan was distracted with cartoons in the other room, I finally told Mark what had happened. I tried to be matter-of-fact about it, downplaying how terrified I'd actually been. He just looked at me for a moment, then laughed. Not a mean laugh, but the kind that says, "Welcome to my world." "I told you," he said, spreading jam on his toast like we were discussing the weather. "That's the rushing thing. My sister used to call it the runner. It mostly stays in that part of the house." "What do you mean, the rushing thing?" I asked. "Like this is a regular occurrence? You never thought to warn me specifically about it?" He shrugged. "Would you have believed me? You didn't believe any of the other stuff I told you." He was right. I wouldn't have believed him. But now I had experienced something I couldn't explain, and it shook me to my core. We stayed for the rest of the week as planned, but I never went into that part of the house alone again, especially at night. I made excuses to sleep with the lights on. I told myself it was to comfort Ethan, who suddenly said he was afraid of the dark, but really it was for me. Nothing else happened during our stay, but the damage was done. I couldn't look at that house the same way. What I had experienced was real. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't the house settling. It wasn't anything I could rationalize away. We divorced 3 years later for completely unrelated reasons, but I made sure our custody agreement specified that Ethan would never stay overnight at his grandparents' house. Mark didn't fight me on it. He understood. To this day, I can't explain what happened. What was that rushing presence? Why did it make those impact sounds? Was it trying to scare me, or was I just in its path as it went about whatever business the dead have in the middle of the night? I've become less skeptical about these things since that night. I don't talk about it much because people either think you're making it up, or they get that uncomfortable look like they're worried about your mental health. but I know what I experienced. Something was in that house with us. Something that could move, that could affect physical objects, that had enough presence to displace the air around it. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone, I still feel like something is watching me from just beyond my peripheral vision. I never look. Some things, once seen, can't be unseen. Story 2. I've never been a believer in ghosts or anything supernatural. Growing up in Iceland, you hear all sorts of folklore, stories about elves, trolls and spirits, but I always thought it was just that, stories. My parents aren't religious or superstitious, and they raised me to be logical and skeptical. So what happened last Friday completely shook everything I thought I knew about the world. I'm 16, and my friend Erica invited a bunch of us over to her house in Selfos for a game night. It's this really old house that's been in her family for generations, probably built in the 1920s or 30s. It has that classic Icelandic architecture with wooden floors that creak when you walk on them, and these really thick walls to keep out the cold. 8 of us showed up around 7 in the evening. We were all hanging out, playing cards, eating pizza, and just being normal teenagers. Nothing weird was happening. Around 9 o'clock, I got a text from my mom asking when I'd be home, so I stepped away from the group to reply. Everyone else was in the dining room playing some board game, and I went to the living room for a minute of quiet. I was sitting on this old couch, typing on my phone, when I felt this light breeze on the back of my neck. It wasn't like a draft from a window or anything. It was focused, like someone breathing on me. Before I could even turn around, I heard it. Clear as day, right in my ear, an old woman's voice whispered, "Hello." Just that one word, but in this raspy, elderly voice. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct enough that I jumped up and spun around. There was nobody there. My heart was racing. I checked behind the couch, looked around the room, even checked behind the curtains. Nothing. The voice had been so close, literally right next to my ear. I could even feel the slight warmth of breath when it happened. I tried to calm myself down, thinking maybe I just imagined it or dozed off for a second without realizing, but I knew I hadn't. I was wide awake, fully alert, and I heard that voice as clearly as I'm typing this now. I went back to the dining room where everyone else was, probably looking pretty shaken because Erica immediately asked if I was okay. I hesitated before telling them what happened. I didn't want to sound crazy or like I was trying to spook everyone. But I told them anyway about the breeze and the voice whispering hello in my ear. I expected everyone to laugh or at least look skeptical. Instead, Erica just nodded and said, "Oh, that's probably the old lady." The casual way she said it threw me off completely. "What old lady?" I asked. That's when Erica told us, super matter-of-factly, that her house is haunted. Apparently, 4 people had died in this house over the years. An elderly woman had died of natural causes in the 1970s, in the very living room I had just been sitting in, and 3 men had committed suicide in the upstairs rooms at different times over the decades. "My family's just used to the weird stuff that happens here," she said, shrugging like it was no big deal. "We hear voices sometimes, things move, doors open and close." Everyone at the table got quiet. Some of my friends looked uncomfortable, but others seemed intrigued. I was somewhere in between, fascinated but also terrified. "So, what? You're telling me your house is haunted, and you didn't think to mention that before inviting us all over?" I asked, trying to sound joking but probably failing. Erica just laughed. "It's not a big deal. They don't hurt anyone. Sometimes things happen, sometimes they don't." I was about to respond when I felt something tug at my hoodie from behind. It wasn't gentle. It was a hard, deliberate pull, like someone grabbing the fabric and yanking it. I jumped up, my chair scraping loudly against the floor. "What the hell?" I shouted, spinning around. The look on everyone's faces told me they had all seen it too. My hoodie had visibly been pulled by something that wasn't there. "Did you guys see that?" I asked, my voice shaking. They all nodded. wide-eyed. Even Erica looked surprised. "That's new," she said. "They usually don't interact with guests like that." I was freaking out at this point, standing there in the middle of the dining room not knowing what to do. Then we all heard it. Heavy footsteps coming from the hallway and moving toward the stairs. It sounded like someone wearing work boots, the steps slow and deliberate. Thud, thud, thud. Then the sound of footsteps going up the stairs, each step creaking under invisible weight. We all froze, listening as the footsteps reached the top of the stairs. Then, slam! A door upstairs closed with such force that the ceiling light in the dining room shook. "What the actual hell was that?" my friend Marcus whispered. Erica stood up. "Let's check upstairs." "Are you insane?" I asked. The last thing I wanted to do was go toward whatever had just made those sounds. But Erica insisted, and somehow we all ended up following her. Safety in numbers, I guess. All 8 of us climbed the stairs together, with Erica in the lead. The upstairs hallway was dark, and when Erica flipped the light switch, it flickered a few times before fully turning on. The hallway had 4 doors, 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. We checked each room meticulously. Erica's bedroom was untouched. The guest room was empty. The bathroom was vacant. But when we got to the last bedroom, her parents' room, we found the door firmly closed. "This is the door we heard slam," Erica said, her hand hovering over the doorknob. She hesitated for a moment before turning it and pushing the door open. The room was empty, windows closed, closet empty, nothing under the bed, just a perfectly normal, unoccupied bedroom. "I don't understand," I said. "We all heard someone walking up here. We all heard the door slam." "Welcome to my house," Erica replied with a nervous laugh. We went back downstairs, and nobody felt like playing games anymore. We sat in the living room, the same one where I'd heard the whisper, and Erica started telling us more about the hauntings they'd experienced over the years. "One night, about a year ago," she said, "I was home alone. My parents were visiting my aunt in Reykjavik. It was around 1 or 2 in the morning, and I was in bed reading. Suddenly my bedroom door swung open. I could hear footsteps coming toward my bed, but there was nobody there." She paused, and the room was completely silent. We were all hanging on her every word. Then I heard her, the old woman, the same voice Magnus heard. She said, "Fardu ad sofa barn, thada saint. Go to sleep, child. It's late." Then my bedroom door closed by itself, and my bedside lamp switched off. "Weren't you terrified?" I asked. "Of course I was," Erica said, "but I also felt protected in a weird way, like she was looking out for me. My parents have had similar experiences. The spirits here aren't evil or anything, they're just here." As she finished saying this, the temperature in the room dropped noticeably. It went from comfortable to freezing in seconds. I could see my breath forming clouds in front of me. Several of my friends gasped and huddled closer together. "Is this normal?" I asked Erica, teeth chattering. She nodded, but she looked concerned. "It happens sometimes, but not usually this intense." Then the lights started to flicker. On, off, Not like there was an electrical problem, more like someone was playing with the switch, except no one was near any of the switches. "Maybe we should go," my friend Anna suggested, and everyone quickly agreed. As we all stood up to leave, I felt that same tug on my hoodie again, harder this time, nearly pulling me backward. I yelped and spun around, but again, there was nothing there. "They seem really interested in you, Magnus," Erica said, trying to sound calm but failing. We were all gathering our things, preparing to leave, when we heard a crash from the kitchen. We rushed in to find a photo frame on the floor. The glass shattered. Erica picked it up carefully. "This is weird," she said, staring at the photo. "This is a really old picture of my great-grandmother. It normally hangs in my parents' bedroom upstairs." She turned the frame around to show us. It was a black and white photograph of an elderly woman sitting in a rocking chair. She had a stern expression, her hair pulled back in a tight bun, wearing what looked like clothes from the 1940s or 50s. "She died in this house," Erica said quietly, "in the living room." I felt a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold air. Something about the woman's eyes in the photograph seemed to be looking directly at me. As we were all staring at the photo, the lights went out completely. The house was plunged into darkness, and several people screamed. I felt something brush against my arm, like fingers gently trailing across my skin. Then that same raspy voice whispered in my ear again, this time saying something I couldn't understand. It wasn't in Icelandic, at least not modern Icelandic. It sounded older, more archaic. The lights came back on a few seconds later, and everyone looked terrified. We all decided it was definitely time to leave. As we headed for the front door, the heavy footsteps started again, this time coming down the stairs. Slow, deliberate thuds, one after another. We didn't wait around. We practically ran out the front door and stood in Erica's yard, catching our breath. From outside, the house looked completely normal. Lights on, curtains drawn, nothing to suggest anything supernatural was happening inside. Erica apologized for not warning us, but honestly, would any of us have believed her if she had? It's been 5 days since this happened, and I still can't explain any of it. I've researched the history of Selphus, looked into old death records, trying to find information about the people who died in Erica's house. I found some newspaper articles about the suicides, 3 men in 1968, 1982, and 2005. And I found an obituary for an Ellinborg Jonsdottir, who died in 1974 at the age of 87, in the house that now belongs to Erica's family. I've been trying to convince myself there's a logical explanation for everything we experienced. Maybe it was an elaborate prank. Maybe there were speakers hidden around the house, someone pulling strings to tug at my hoodie, someone upstairs making those footsteps. But deep down, I know that's not what happened. There were too many of us there, all experiencing the same things. And the look on Erica's face when my hoodie was pulled. That wasn't the face of someone in on a joke. That was genuine surprise. I haven't been back to Erica's house since that night, and I'm not sure I ever want to go back. But I can't stop thinking about that whispered hello and the feeling of breath on my neck. I can't explain what happened in that house, and part of me doesn't want to know the explanation. All I know is that I'm no longer a skeptic. There are things in this world that defy logical explanation. And sometimes those things are just saying hello. Story 3. I've never been one to believe in the paranormal. Honestly, I've always been pretty skeptical about ghost stories and supernatural stuff. I'm the person who watches horror movies and points out all the logical explanations behind the hauntings. But something happened last summer that I still can't explain, no matter how hard I try to rationalize it. When I finally bought my first house in Pinewood Grove in the summer of 2021, I was beyond excited. It wasn't anything fancy, just a small 3-bedroom with a decent yard. But it was mine. After years of renting crappy apartments with paper-thin walls and landlords who wouldn't let me so much as hang a picture frame, I finally had a place I could truly make my own. The only problem was my budget. After emptying my savings for the down payment and closing costs, I had practically nothing left for decorating. But I've always been pretty creative, and I wasn't about to let my dream of a Pinterest-worthy home die because of something as trivial as money. I started hitting up thrift stores, garage sales, and Facebook Marketplace. You'd be amazed what people throw away. With a little paint and some imagination, I could turn someone's trash into something that looked like it came straight out of an Urban Outfitters catalog. My parents' garage became my go-to spot for shopping. They'd moved to the city back in '98 and basically used their garage as a dumping ground for everything they didn't want to deal with. Dad kept saying he'd clean it out one of these days, but 23 years later, it was still packed to the ceiling with boxes and forgotten furniture. Mom had given me free rein to take whatever I wanted. Less for us to deal with eventually, she'd said with a shrug. So every weekend I'd drive over and dig through their stuff, usually finding at least one or two treasures I could repurpose. It was during one of these weekend scavenger hunts, about 3 months after I'd moved in, that I found the mirror. It was small, maybe the size of my hand, and made of this beautiful antique white metal with these intricate little flowers etched around the edges. It looked like it had once been attached to something larger, maybe an old-fashioned jewelry box or vanity, because there were these little screw holes on the back. Despite its size, the thing was surprisingly heavy, like way heavier than it looked. I figured it must be made of some kind of solid metal rather than the cheap pot metal most decorative stuff is made from nowadays. I immediately fell in love with it and knew exactly where I wanted to put it, on the built-in shelf in my living room. When I got home, I placed it on the shelf, propping it up against the wall since it didn't have a stand. It looked perfect there, nestled between my houseplants and vintage hardcover books. I snapped a photo for Instagram and went to bed feeling satisfied with my find. The next morning, I came downstairs to make coffee and noticed something odd. The mirror was face down on the shelf. I figured maybe I hadn't propped it securely enough, so I set it back up, making sure it was stable before heading to work. When I got home that evening, the same thing had happened. The mirror was face down again. It was weird, but I just assumed the shelf must vibrate when trucks drove by or something. My house is pretty close to the road, so it made sense that small vibrations might cause things to shift. This went on for about a week. Every morning and evening, I'd find the mirror face down. It was starting to get annoying. I decided to secure it with some tape, just a simple fix to keep it upright. I used some heavy-duty clear packing tape to attach it to the wall behind the shelf. The next day, I found the mirror face down again, with the tape completely detached. Now I was getting frustrated. I'm pretty stubborn, and at this point it had become a matter of principle. That mirror was going to stay upright. I went to the hardware store and bought some serious mounting supplies. That super strong permanent mounting tape and even some Gorilla Glue for good measure. I followed all the instructions to the letter, cleaned both surfaces with alcohol, applied the tape, pressed firmly, and let it set for 2 hours. When I checked, the mirror was completely secure. I couldn't move it at all, even when I tried. Problem solved, or so I thought. I went out to the garage to work on another project. I was refinishing an old coffee table and needed to apply another coat of varnish. I was out there for maybe an hour, tops. When I came back inside, I nearly had a heart attack. The mirror was lying on the floor, not on the shelf, but on the floor, about 10 or 12 feet away from where I'd mounted it. And here's the really messed up part. There was a chunk of drywall still attached to the mounting tape on the back of the mirror. The thing hadn't just fallen. It had been violently ripped from the wall with enough force to take part of my wall with it. I stood there frozen, staring at it. My mind was racing, trying to come up with some logical explanation. Could there have been an earthquake I didn't feel? A freak gust of wind inside my closed house? Neither made sense, and neither explained how the mirror had ended up so far from the shelf. With shaking hands, I picked it up. The piece of drywall was about the size of a quarter, firmly attached to the mounting tape. I turned the mirror over and looked at my reflection. Nothing seemed different or unusual about it. It was just a mirror. I was so freaked out I called my brother Victor right away. He's always been more into spiritual stuff than me. He reads tarot cards and goes to those ghost hunting events. I figured if anyone would know what to make of this, it would be him. He came over that same evening. As soon as I handed him the mirror, his expression changed. He got really quiet and asked me where I'd found it. In Mom and Dad's garage, I told him. Why? What's wrong? He set the mirror down carefully on my kitchen counter, like it was a bomb that might go off. There's something attached to this, he said quietly. I can feel it. Attached? Like what? A ghost? I tried to laugh, but it came out sounding nervous. Victor didn't laugh. I don't know exactly, But it's not good, Mel. Whatever it is, it's not good. He offered to take the mirror and cleanse it for me. Normally I'd roll my eyes at this kind of thing, but after what I'd seen, I was willing to try anything. He explained he had this whole ritual he did with sage and salt and prayers, and the final step involved burying the object in hallowed ground to return it to the earth. I was just relieved to have the thing out of my house, so I agreed. Victor wrapped the mirror in a black cloth he'd brought with him and left with it tucked under his arm. I felt an immediate sense of relief as soon as it was gone. For a few weeks, everything went back to normal. No flying objects, no damaged walls. I even managed to convince myself that there had been some logical explanation for what happened. Maybe a pressure build-up in the wall, or the mounting tape had reacted with something in the paint. Ridiculous explanations, I know, but I desperately wanted to believe them. Then came the Sunday dinner at my parents' house. We tried to get together at least once a month for a family meal. I was helping Mom set the table on their back patio when I saw it, the mirror, sitting on a little display stand on the patio shelf. I nearly dropped the stack of plates I was holding. "Mom, why do you have that mirror?" She looked confused. "What do you mean it's always been here?" "No, it hasn't. I took it from the garage a few months ago, and then Victor..." I trailed off, suddenly realizing Victor hadn't told our parents about the cleansing ritual. Mom frowned. "Oh, that's where it went. I was looking for it. Victor brought it back a few weeks ago. He said he found it in the garden. Can you believe that? He must have buried it by mistake when he was helping your father with the landscaping." I cornered Victor in the kitchen while he was getting drinks. "What the hell? You were supposed to bury that thing in hallowed ground." He looked embarrassed. "I did. I buried it in Mom's garden. She has that little statue of St. Francis in there, and she always has Father Michael bless her plants every spring. I figured that was hallowed enough." "Well, she found it," I hissed, "and now it's back on display." Victor looked genuinely concerned. "That's not possible. I buried it almost a foot deep." After dinner, I tried to casually bring up the mirror to Mom, asking where it came from originally. I'd always assumed it was some family heirloom. "Oh, I bought that at an antique store years ago," she said dismissively. "It was part of an old vanity set, but the rest was too damaged to salvage. I just liked the mirror." "Doesn't it ever, I don't know, do anything weird?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Mom looked at me like I'd grown a second head. "It's a mirror, Melissa. It reflects things. That's all it does." I tried to tell her about what had happened at my house, but she just laughed it off. "You always did have such an active imagination," she said, patting my hand like I was still 10 years old. "The mirror is still at their house. Mom refused to let me take it back or get rid of it. It's currently sitting in the garage, the same garage where, now that I think about it, I experienced some weird stuff as a kid. Things moving around, strange noises at night. Nothing major, just little things that we all dismissed. I don't know what to make of any of this. I've never experienced anything else paranormal in my life, and I still want to believe there's a logical explanation. But how do you explain an object being violently torn from a wall and thrown across a room? How do you explain it digging itself out of the ground after being buried? Sometimes I think about going to my parents' house and stealing the mirror, taking it somewhere far away and throwing it into a lake or something. But another part of me is afraid to even touch it again. What if whatever is attached to it follows me home? So for now, it stays in my parents' garage, and I avoid going in there when I visit. Sometimes, when I'm in their backyard, I swear I can feel something watching me from the garage window. It's probably just my imagination. At least, that's what I keep telling myself. Story 4. I've been sitting on this experience for over 2 years now, and I still don't know what to make of it. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or the supernatural, but what happened to me that day in March, 2 years ago, has seriously messed with everything I thought I knew about reality. I was 18, traveling on a shuttle bus from Nashville back to Memphis. It was a 4-hour journey, and I was exhausted. School had been kicking my butt, and I'd just broken up with my boyfriend of 2 years the week before. My parents had moved to Nashville for work, but I stayed in Memphis to finish my senior year, living with my aunt. I'd gone to visit them for the weekend, but honestly, it was a mistake. The whole visit was just me trying not to cry, while my mom kept asking if I was really okay every 5 minutes. So there I was on this shuttle bus, emotionally drained and physically exhausted. It was about 2 in the afternoon, and the bus was maybe half full when we left Nashville. I remember putting in my earbuds, leaning against the window, and just zoning out. I must have fallen asleep almost immediately. I don't know how long I was out, but I woke up suddenly when I felt someone sit down next to me. The shuttle had those 2-person seats on each side, and I'd had the window seat to myself when we left. I was groggy and disoriented, as you often are when you wake up in a moving vehicle. My neck hurt from the awkward angle I'd been sleeping in, and my mouth felt dry. When I opened my eyes, I noticed 2 things right away. First, there was a man sitting in the seat in front of me who hadn't been there before. He was wearing a dark blue jacket, and I could only see the back of his head, short grey hair neatly trimmed. Second, someone had indeed sat down next to me. I turned to look at this person who'd taken the empty seat beside me and found myself face to face with a young woman. She was maybe in her 20s, with the most beautiful braided hair styled in this vintage way that reminded me of old photos from the 40s or 50s. She was smiling at me, this warm, familiar smile that made me feel instantly comfortable despite having just woken up next to a stranger. "You were sleeping so peacefully," she said. Her voice was soft but clear, with this slight accent I couldn't place, but somehow recognized. "I didn't want to disturb you when I sat down." I mumbled something like, "It's fine," and started to pull myself together, wiping a bit of drool from the corner of my mouth. Embarrassing. I figured we must have stopped somewhere while I was asleep, and these new passengers had gotten on. I was about to put my earbuds back in when she said something that made my entire body freeze. "Young lady, do you know who I am?" It was such a strange question from a stranger. I looked at her properly for the first time. She was wearing a simple blue dress with small white flowers on it. Her skin was smooth and glowing in this weird way. Not like makeup, but like she was lit from within. And her eyes, they were this warm amber color that I knew. I knew those eyes. "No," I said, because logically I didn't know this young woman. But something in my chest was tightening. She smiled again, broader this time, and said, "I'm your nana that raised you when you were little." My stomach dropped. My great-grandmother, my Nana Rose, had helped raise me until I was about 6. She lived with us back then, before moving in with my aunt when I started elementary school. She was the one who taught me to read, who baked cookies with me every Sunday, who sang me to sleep when I had nightmares, and she had died 8 years ago when I was 10. But this woman sitting next to me, she wasn't the Nana I remembered. My Nana had been in her 80s with white hair and wrinkled hands. This woman was young, younger than my mom even. Yet looking at her face, I could see it now. The shape of her eyes, the way her smile tilted slightly higher on the right, the small beauty mark near her left eyebrow. It was her, but impossible. "You can't be," I whispered. My hands were shaking. Nana died. She was old. "I know, sweetheart," she said, reaching out to touch my hand. Her skin was warm, not cold like you'd expect from a ghost or whatever this was. "But this is how I was when I was young, before your mama's mama was even born." I should have been terrified. I should have screamed or called for help or moved seats. But I didn't feel afraid. I felt calm, like this was completely normal, like my great-grandmother showing up on a shuttle bus as her 20-something-year-old self was just another Tuesday. "How is this happening?" I asked, my voice barely audible over the rumble of the bus. "Engine," she squeezed my hand. "Does it matter? I'm here now." And then it hit me all at once. The reality of who I was talking to, impossible as it was. This was my Nana who'd been gone for 8 years. My Nana who wouldn't see me graduate high school in 2 months. My Nana who always knew exactly what to say when I was sad. I burst into tears. She didn't seem surprised or alarmed by my reaction. She just put her arm around my shoulders and pulled me close, exactly like she used to do when I was little. I could smell her perfume, lily of the valley, the same scent she always wore. The one my mum had saved a bottle of after she died, keeping it in her dresser drawer like some precious artifact. I miss you so much, I sobbed into her shoulder. Everything's so hard right now. I know, baby, she said, stroking my hair. Life gets that way sometimes, but you're stronger than you think. I don't know how long we sat like that, with me crying and her holding me. Eventually, my tears slowed down, and I sat up, wiping my face with my sleeve. I must have looked like a complete mess, but she was looking at me with such love that I didn't even care. I'm sorry about your boy, she said, and I almost started crying again because how could she know about that? But some people are just stepping stones, not destinations. That was so exactly something my Nana would say that I laughed through my tears. And school will work out, she continued. You've always been smart, just like your daddy. The shuttle bus was moving through some small town now. I hadn't been paying attention to where we were, but the sun was lower in the sky. We must have been on the road for a while. Are you real? I finally asked, the question that had been burning in my mind. She smiled that familiar smile again. What does your heart tell you? Before I could answer, she said, be strong, wear a smile, and carry on. Those words hit me like a physical blow. It was a line from her favorite song, Till the Lights of London Shine Again. This old wartime song she used to sing all the time. She would always quote those words when saying goodbye to anyone in the family. It was like her personal motto. How are you here? I whispered. Is this a dream? Dreams, reality. The line gets blurry sometimes, she said, looking out the window. I just needed to see you, to tell you it's going to be okay. The bus started to slow down then, pulling into another station. I hadn't even realized we were stopping. The man in front of us stood up, gathering his things. My Nana, or whoever, whatever she was, turned to me with a sad smile. I have to go now. Take care of yourself, she said, standing up. Panic flooded through me. No, don't go. I grabbed for her hand, but she gently pulled away. You'll be fine, Lily, she said. You always were the strongest one. And then she was walking down the aisle, following the man in the blue jacket. I wanted to follow her, to beg her to stay, but I couldn't move. It was like I was frozen in place, watching as she stepped off the bus and onto the platform. Through the window, I saw her pause and look back at me. She raised her hand in a small wave, and then, I swear this is what happened. She just wasn't there anymore. 1 second she was standing there, and the next she was gone. Not like she walked away or disappeared into a crowd. She literally vanished. The bus pulled away from the station, and I spent the rest of the journey in a daze. When we finally reached Memphis, I stumbled off the bus and immediately called my mom, sobbing so hard she could barely understand me. I've told this story to my family, and they've had different reactions. My mom thinks it was a dream, that I was asleep the whole time. My aunt, who's more spiritual, believes it was really Nana's spirit coming to comfort me. My dad says grief can do strange things to a person's mind. But here's the thing. I wasn't actively grieving her that day. I hadn't even been thinking about my Nana and the details, the perfume, the exact words from that song, the beauty mark in precisely the right spot. How could my sleeping brain have conjured all that up? It's been 2 years, and I still don't have an explanation. I've looked into things like hallucinations, lucid dreams, even quantum physics theories about time not being linear. Nothing quite fits what happened to me on that bus. All I know is that in a moment when I felt completely lost and alone, my Nana, or something wearing her face, came to sit beside me and tell me everything would be okay. And weirdly enough, things did get better after that day. I graduated with honors. I got into my first choice college. I met someone new who makes me happier than my ex ever did. Was it really her spirit? A bizarre dream? A psychological manifestation of what I needed most in that moment? I don't know. I'll probably never know. But sometimes, when life gets hard, I can still hear her voice saying those words. Be strong, wear a smile, and carry on. And somehow, it helps. Story 5. I still get chills thinking about what happened that summer day in 1991. My twin brother Michael and I were 15, living in Apex, North Carolina. Just a small town back then, nothing like the sprawling suburb of Raleigh it is now. It was late July, that sticky part of summer, when the air feels like a wet blanket. School was still a few weeks away, and we were enjoying that last stretch of freedom before 10th grade would start. Being 15 meant we had the perfect balance of independence and zero responsibility. The sweet spot of childhood, really. That day started like any other summer day. I remember waking up late, probably around 10, the sun already blazing through my bedroom window. Our house was on Cedar Creek Road, a quiet street with mostly older homes. Nothing fancy, just a normal middle-class neighborhood where kids actually played outside and parents didn't worry too much about where we were as long as we came home when the streetlights turned on. After lunch, peanut butter sandwiches and Kool-Aid, the fuel of 90s summers, I decided to head over to my friend Kyle's house. He lived about a mile away, and there was this shortcut everyone in town used that cut through an area with some old abandoned railroad tracks. These tracks hadn't seen an actual scheduled train in years. My dad said they used to connect to the main line, but had been decommissioned sometime in the 70s when the lumber mill closed down. The shortcut was basically a dirt path worn into the ground from years of people walking it. It crossed the tracks at this clearing, where teenagers sometimes hung out at night to drink beer they'd stolen from their parents' refrigerators. Not that I would know anything about that, of course. It was around 2 in the afternoon when I reached the tracks. The heat was brutal, that thick southern humidity that makes your clothes stick to your skin. I remember wiping sweat from my forehead and taking a swig from my water bottle as I stepped onto the railroad ties. That's when I felt it first. This weird sensation like the air pressure had changed. My ears kind of popped, like when you're driving up a mountain. I paused for a second, looking around. Everything seemed normal, just the rusty tracks stretching out in both directions, disappearing around gentle curves into the pine woods. But something felt off. I was about to continue crossing when I noticed something down the tracks to my left. At first, I thought it was just heat waves distorting my vision. You know how the air gets all wavy above hot pavement? But then I realized there was actually something there, something moving. It was a train car, just one single car, moving slowly down the tracks toward me, not being pulled by anything, just moving. And not just any car, it was a caboose, a bright yellow caboose, like something out of an old movie, moving at maybe 5 miles per hour. My first thought was confusion. These tracks weren't used anymore. Everyone knew that. My second thought was that maybe some rail workers were moving a car for some reason, though I couldn't see any equipment or vehicles nearby that would explain how they were moving it. I stood there frozen, watching as it approached. It was still a good distance away, maybe a quarter mile, but I could clearly make out that it was a caboose, yellow with red trim, with windows on the upper part and that distinctive cupola on top. I don't know why, but I felt this sudden rush of excitement and anxiety all mixed together. Without thinking twice, I turned and ran home as fast as I could. I needed to tell Michael what I'd seen. He wouldn't believe me unless he saw it himself. I burst through our front door, probably tracking dirt across my mum's clean floor. Sorry, Mum. Michael was in the living room playing Nintendo, Super Mario Bros. 3, I think. "Michael!" I gasped, trying to catch my breath. "You've got to come see this. There's a train car on the old tracks." He paused the game and looked at me like I was crazy. "What are you talking about? Nothing runs on those tracks anymore." I know, I said, pulling him up from the couch. "That's why you have to come see it. It's just one car, a yellow caboose, moving all by itself." Michael was skeptical, but he could tell I was serious. That's the thing about being twins. We could always tell when the other one wasn't making something up. He slipped on his sneakers, and we both ran out the door. We sprinted the whole way back to the tracks, me leading and constantly looking back to make sure Michael was keeping up. The whole time I was worried the caboose would be gone by the time we got there. When we reached the clearing, I was relieved to see the yellow caboose was still there, moving slowly along the tracks. It had progressed, maybe 100 yards from where I'd first spotted it. "Holy crap," Michael whispered beside me. "You weren't kidding." We stood there watching as it approached. Now that it was closer, I could make out more details. It really was an old-fashioned caboose, probably from the 40s or 50s based on its design. The yellow paint was bright and fresh-looking, not weathered at all. The metal parts, handrails, ladder rungs, couplers, gleamed in the sunlight. But the strangest part? There were people inside. As the caboose drew nearer, we could see 2 men through the windows. They were wearing what looked like old-time railroad uniforms, light blue and white striped overalls with matching caps that sat tall on their heads. Not the kind of work clothes modern railroad employees wear, but the kind you'd see in old photographs or movies about trains from a century ago. Michael and I exchanged glances. Neither of us said anything, but I know we were thinking the same thing. This was weird, really weird. The caboose was now only about 50 feet away, moving at that same steady pace. I remember the sound distinctly. The metal wheels clicking and clacking against the rails, a rhythmic sound that seemed too real, too normal for what we were seeing. As it passed directly in front of us, the 2 men inside looked out the windows. They saw us standing there, and both smiled pleasantly. Not creepy smiles, just normal, friendly smiles, like you'd give to someone you passed on the street. Then they actually waved at us, casual, relaxed waves. I hesitantly raised my hand and waved back. Michael did too. The whole interaction lasted maybe 5 seconds as the caboose rolled by, but it felt much longer. Then it was past us, continuing down the tracks toward the east. We stood there, dumbfounded, watching it recede into the distance. "What the hell was that?" Michael finally said. "I have no idea," I replied, "but we need to follow it." We both took off running alongside the tracks, keeping the yellow caboose in sight. It wasn't moving fast, so it wasn't hard to keep up with it. As we ran, Michael suggested we get some of the other neighborhood kids to come see it too. "Nobody's going to believe us otherwise," he said between breaths. He was right, so we detoured quickly to the Wilson's house, which was just off the path near the tracks. The Wilson kids, Sarah and Ben, were playing basketball in their driveway. When we told them what we'd seen, they were skeptical, but curious enough to come along. The 4 of us returned to the tracks and spotted the caboose still making its way eastward. We followed, and along the way, we picked up 3 more kids from the neighborhood who were riding bikes nearby. Our little group now numbered 7, all of us following this mysterious yellow caboose down abandoned railroad tracks on a sweltering summer afternoon. We followed the tracks for about 1.5 miles. I remember checking my digital watch. We'd been walking for almost 20 minutes. The tracks curved through a wooded area, then emerged into an open field. And that's when things got even stranger. When we rounded the curve into the field, the caboose was gone, just gone. We all stopped, confused. The tracks stretched out ahead of us for about another 1/4 mile before ending abruptly at a small concrete barrier, a deliberate endpoint where the tracks had been decommissioned. Beyond that was just overgrown brush and trees. "Where did it go?" Sarah asked, looking around. That was the question we were all asking. There were no turnoffs, no sidings where the caboose could have diverted. The tracks were straight through the field, with nowhere for a train car to hide or turn off. And the caboose couldn't possibly have reached the end of the tracks and disappeared in the brief moment it was out of our sight around the curve. We all ran ahead, searching for any explanation, but there was nothing. The caboose had vanished into thin air. We checked the ground for any signs, wheel marks going off the tracks, disturbed vegetation, anything. But the only marks were the rust-covered rails themselves, looking like they hadn't been used in decades. The gravel bed between the ties was undisturbed, with weeds growing up through it in places. Maybe we imagined it, one of the other kids suggested. But 7 of us couldn't have imagined the same thing. And Michael and I had seen those men, seen them wave at us, heard the metal wheels on the track. We walked all the way to the end of the line, where the tracks simply stopped. There was no sign of the caboose, no explanation for where it could have gone. Eventually, we gave up and headed home, all of us confused and a little spooked. That night, Michael and I talked about it for hours in our room. We went over every detail, trying to make sense of it. Could it have been some kind of maintenance vehicle disguised to look like an old caboose? But that wouldn't explain how it disappeared, or why the men were dressed in those old-fashioned uniforms. The incident bothered me so much that when our Aunt Elaine visited the following weekend, I described what we'd seen to her. Aunt Elaine had lived in Apex her whole life and knew all kinds of local history. When I described the men's uniforms, the light blue and white striped overalls, and those distinctive tall caps, her face went pale. She explained that I had just described in perfect detail the exact uniforms worn by conductors on the Carolina coastal line back in the 1920s through 40s. The thing is, I had never seen pictures of those uniforms. This was before internet access was common, and it wasn't like I spent my time researching historical railroad attire. The Carolina Coastal had a bad accident on that line in 1943, Aunt Elaine told us. A caboose decoupled from a freight train and derailed, killing both conductors. They were brothers, if I remember correctly. Michael and I exchanged looks. We hadn't told her there were 2 men in the caboose. The railroad closed that section of track after they built the new line that bypasses town, she continued. But old-timers used to say they would sometimes see a yellow caboose rolling down those abandoned tracks, especially in the summer months. I got goosebumps hearing her say that. It wasn't just us. Over the years, I've tried to rationalize what we saw that day. Maybe it was an elaborate prank by someone in town. Maybe it was some kind of shared hallucination brought on by the heat. But deep down, I know what we saw was real as the metal tracks themselves. The caboose appeared completely solid. The sounds it made were authentic. The clack of metal wheels on tracks, the slight squeak of the axles. Those men inside looked as real as you or me, their waves casual and natural. And yet, it all vanished without a trace or explanation. I'm 38 now, living in Charlotte with a family of my own. Michael lives in Raleigh. We don't talk about the phantom caboose much anymore, but whenever we do visit Apex, we make a point to walk those old tracks, which are still there, though even more overgrown now. Sometimes I wonder if those conductors are still riding their eternal route, waving at shocked onlookers before disappearing into whatever realm they come from. And sometimes, when I'm lying awake at night, I can still hear that rhythmic clacking of wheels on tracks, moving slowly into the distance. Story 6. I've never told the full story before. Not to my friends, not even to my therapist. I'm hoping maybe writing it all down will help me make sense of it, or at least let me know I'm not completely losing my mind. I'm 21 now, but this has been happening since I was little, always in the same house in Willow Creek where I grew up. My parents bought it when I was 2, and we've lived here ever since. It's a normal, 2-story house in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing special about it. No one died here that we know of. No ancient burial grounds. Nothing that would explain what keeps happening to me. The first time was when I was around 4. My older sister Megan was at a friend's house for the night, and I was excited to have the playroom to myself. I begged my mom to let me set up my little kid tent in there. It was this small blue pop-up tent, just big enough for me to crawl inside with some stuffed animals. Mom helped me set it up, surrounded by all my toys, including this baby swing I used for my dolls. The swing was one of those wind-up ones that would rock gently back and forth. I remember falling asleep clutching my favorite teddy bear, feeling so grown up, having this camping adventure on my own. I don't know what time it was when I woke up, but the house was completely silent. You know that heavy nighttime silence when everyone's asleep? That's when I heard it, something brushing against the outside of the tent, like fabric dragging across fabric. At first, I thought it was my cat Muffin, but then I remembered Mom had put her in the laundry room for the night. I froze, too scared to call out for my parents. That's when I noticed the baby doll swing rocking, not gently like when you wind it up, but violently, back and forth, the chains squeaking with each swing. I hadn't touched it. No one had wound it up. It was moving completely on its own. I was terrified but couldn't look away. It kept swinging harder and harder until I finally screamed for my mom. By the time she rushed in and turned on the light, the swing had stopped. She thought I'd had a nightmare. I tried to tell her what happened, but she just tucked me back in, saying I must have kicked the swing in my sleep. But I know I didn't. I was inside the tent the whole time, and the swing was at least 5 feet away. The second incident happened when I was 5. Megan was having a sleepover with 3 of her friends, and they took over the living room with sleeping bags. I wanted to join them, so Mom let me sleep on the couch while the older girls were on the floor. I remember feeling so special, getting to stay up later than usual. I must have fallen asleep before everyone else because I woke up alone in the dark. The TV was off, and I could hear the girls whispering in the kitchen. I was wrapped up in my favorite blanket, this soft purple one with stars on it. As I lay there, eyes half open, the blanket suddenly whipped off me. Not like it slid off. It was yanked away with force, like someone standing at the foot of the couch had grabbed it and pulled it hard. It flew across the room and landed in a heap by the TV. I sat up, confused and scared, calling out for Megan. When she and her friends came back, they found me huddled against the arm of the couch, shivering. None of them admitted to pulling my blanket off. Mom thought I'd kicked it off in my sleep again, but I know what I felt. Someone or something pulled it off me. For years after that, small things would happen. Items moved from where I left them. Cold spots in my room, even in summer. The feeling of someone watching me when I was alone, but I started to think maybe I was just an anxious kid with an overactive imagination. Until 3 nights ago. I'm in college now, but still live at home to save money. My bedroom is the same one I've had since I was 10. Upstairs at the end of the hall, I've got a queen-sized bed against the wall with a nightstand on one side and a dresser at the foot. There's barely enough room to walk between the furniture, especially on the dresser side where there's maybe 8 inches of clearance. That night, I went to bed around midnight after finishing a paper. Nothing unusual, just scrolled through TikTok for a while, set my phone on the charger and fell asleep. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to a weird sensation, like the bed was moving. Not shaking like an earthquake, but sliding. At first I thought I was dreaming, but then I felt myself tilting, the mattress slipping. I was suddenly wide awake, heart pounding, as I realized the entire mattress was being pulled off the bed frame. It was moving slowly but steadily, inching away from the wall. I could feel the mattress sliding under me, the edge of it now hanging off the frame. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. My whole body was frozen, that paralyzing fear where you can't even move your fingers. The mattress kept moving until it was about 8 to 10 inches off the frame on one side, hanging precariously. I was convinced I was about to be dumped onto the floor. And then it stopped. The second I could move again, I lunged for the light switch, nearly falling in the gap between the mattress and the wall. When the light came on, what I saw made no sense. The mattress was indeed shifted off the frame, exactly as I'd felt it. But what freaked me out more was the furniture. The dresser and nightstand were still in the exact same positions, crushed against the bed frame. That's when I realized how impossible this was. To move my bed that way, you'd need to pull the bed frame out from the wall first, which would mean moving the dresser and nightstand out of the way. But they hadn't been moved at all. It was like something had yanked just the mattress through an impossibly small space, bending the laws of physics. I stood there, shaking, staring at my bed. I couldn't process what I was seeing. I took pictures with my phone because I knew no one would believe me otherwise. Then I spent the rest of the night sitting in the hallway with all the lights on, too terrified to go back in my room. In the morning, I showed my parents. Dad tried to rationalize it. Maybe the mattress had been hanging off slightly and gravity had pulled it further. But that doesn't explain how it moved past the furniture without disturbing anything. Mom looked worried, but didn't say much. I think she remembers all the other incidents I've told her about over the years. I've slept on the couch the past 2 nights. I can't bring myself to go back to my room after dark. My parents think I'm overreacting, but they didn't feel what I felt. They didn't feel the mattress moving beneath them like someone was deliberately pulling it. The thing is, all these incidents have one thing in common. They always happen when I'm asleep or about to fall asleep. Never when I'm fully awake and alert. It's like whatever this is wants to catch me at my most vulnerable. I've tried researching similar experiences online. Some people suggest sleep paralysis, but that doesn't explain physical objects moving. Others talk about poltergeists or negative energy attached to a location. A few websites mention entities that feed off fear or that are attracted to certain people's energy. What scares me the most is that these events are escalating. From a toy moving when I was 4, to my blanket being pulled off at 5, to now, at 21, something strong enough to move my mattress with me on it. What's next? Will it be able to move me next time? I've started to wonder if it's following some kind of pattern. The first incident was when my sister wasn't home. The second was when she was home, but not in the same room. This latest one happened while everyone was asleep in their own rooms. It's like it waits until I'm isolated before making itself known. My roommate from freshman year once told me about cleansing rituals, burning sage, setting boundaries with whatever entity might be there. I'm not sure I believe in all that, but I'm desperate enough to try anything at this point. Last night on the couch, I felt that familiar sensation of being watched. The living room was dark except for the TV, and I swear I saw a shadow move by the hallway. Not a person-shaped shadow, more like a darker patch of darkness that shifted slightly. I turned on every light in the downstairs and stayed awake until sunrise. I haven't told anyone at college about this. How do you casually mention to your friends that something in your house might be trying to drag you out of bed? They'd think I was crazy or making it up for attention. But I know what I experienced. I know what I felt. The wind-up swing moving violently on its own, the blanket being yanked away, my mattress sliding off the frame with me on it. These aren't dreams or hallucinations. These are real things that happened to me. Tonight, I'm staying at a friend's apartment. I told my parents I needed to work on a group project, but really, I just can't face another night in that house. I don't know what to do long-term, though. I can't afford my own place yet, and moving out suddenly would raise too many questions. Part of me wonders if I should set up cameras in my room, try to catch whatever this is on video. But another part of me is terrified of what I might see. What if there really is something there? What if I see it with my own eyes? I don't think I could handle that. For now, I'm just taking it one day at a time, trying to spend as little time as possible in my bedroom, especially alone at night. I've started leaving lights on, playing music or podcasts to fill the silence. Anything to make me feel less alone, less vulnerable. But the worst part isn't the fear of what might happen next. It's the not knowing what this thing is, why it's fixated on me or what it wants. Does it just want to scare me? Or is it building up to something worse? And why me? Why has it been following me since I was a little kid? I don't have answers to any of these questions. All I know is that something in my house doesn't want me to sleep peacefully. And after all these years, it's only getting stronger. I'm writing this at my friend's place, and even here, miles away from my house, I can't shake the feeling that it knows where I am, that no matter where I go, it'll find me when I close my eyes. I just want one night of peaceful sleep without wondering what's watching me from the darkness. Is that too much to ask? Story 7. I've been struggling with this memory for years now, and I still don't know what to make of it. I'm 43 now, but something from when I was 12 still gives me chills whenever I think about it. I'm not someone who believes in the paranormal or anything like that. I've always been pretty practical, which is probably why this bothers me so much. I can't explain it. Back in the summer of '92, I lived in a suburb just outside Portland called Oak Ridge Estates. It was one of those cookie-cutter neighborhoods built in the '80s, rows of similar split-level homes with decent-sized backyards that backed up to what we called Miller's Woods. It wasn't an official name or anything, just what all the neighborhood kids called it because old Mr. Miller owned most of the land before the developers bought it. The woods were perfect for kids, not dense enough to get seriously lost, but big enough to feel like an adventure. There were these dirt paths that wound between the trees, connecting different parts of the neighborhood. All the local kids used them as shortcuts or places to play. My parents had pretty basic rules. Be home by dinner, stay on the paths, and don't go past the creek that marked the edge of the neighborhood. My best friend back then was Ethan. We'd been in the same class since 3rd grade and lived 4 houses apart. That summer was awesome. No responsibilities, just endless days of biking, swimming at the community pool, and exploring the woods behind our houses. We had built a small fort about 15 minutes into the woods. Nothing fancy, just some fallen branches propped against a big oak tree with a blue tarp we'd borrowed from Ethan's dad's garage. It was early August, and the summer was starting to wind down. School would be starting in a few weeks, and we were determined to make the most of our remaining freedom. That particular day was hot, but not unbearable. One of those perfect summer days with clear blue skies and a slight breeze that kept the mosquitoes away. We had spent the morning playing Nintendo at my house. I remember it was Zelda because we'd just gotten to a new dungeon. But after lunch, my mom kicked us out, saying we needed fresh air. We grabbed our water bottles and headed out to our fort to plan what we called a woods expedition. Basically just walking the trails and looking for cool stuff like unusual rocks or animal tracks. It must have been around 2 in the afternoon when we left the fort. The sun was filtering through the trees, creating these dappled patterns on the ground. The woods were alive with normal sounds, birds chirping, leaves rustling in the breeze, the occasional distant sound of a car from the main road that ran along the edge of the neighborhood. We followed our usual path for about 20 minutes, throwing pine cones at trees and talking about which teachers we hoped to get when school started. The path curved around a dense patch of undergrowth, and we were joking about something stupid. I think it was some Ren and Stimpy episode we'd watched recently. And then we rounded that bend, and everything just stopped. Standing directly in the middle of the path, maybe 15 feet ahead of us, was a clown. Not like a birthday party clown or anything normal. This was wrong. The makeup was too white, too thick, like it had been slathered on. The red smile extended way past the corners of the mouth and curved up at unnatural angles. The eyes were, God, the eyes. They were outlined in black, but the black extended too far, like dripping tears. And they were just staring at us. The costume wasn't bright and colorful like you'd expect. It was dingy, like it had been dragged through dirt, mostly white with some faded red patches. The clown wasn't moving, wasn't smiling, wasn't doing anything that clowns are supposed to do. Just standing there, silent, in the middle of a forest where no clown had any reason to be. I remember the silence most of all. The birds had stopped chirping. The breeze seemed to die. It was like everything in the woods was holding its breath. Ethan and I didn't say a word to each other. I just remember looking at him for a split second, seeing his face drain of color, and then we both turned and ran. We ran faster than I've ever run in my life. Branches whipped at our faces and arms. I tripped once on a root, but scrambled back up so fast I barely lost momentum. I don't think either of us looked back. I know I didn't. The fear of seeing that clown following us was worse than anything I could imagine. We just kept running until we burst out of the tree line into my backyard. We didn't stop until we were inside my house, the sliding glass door locked behind us. My mum was folding laundry in the living room and asked why we were so out of breath. I remember Ethan looking at me, and without saying anything, we both somehow agreed not to tell. We just said we were racing. We spent the rest of the day inside playing video games, but neither of us really focused on the game. Every few minutes, one of us would glance at the sliding glass door, as if expecting to see that white face peering in from the deck. When Ethan went home for dinner, we made a pact to avoid the woods for a while. We never directly talked about what we saw. It was too weird, too out of place. Neither of us wanted to admit how scared we'd been. A week later, my dad got a job offer in Seattle, and by the end of the month, we had moved away. I was sad to leave Ethan, but part of me was relieved to be away from those woods. We promised to keep in touch, but you know how it goes with childhood friendships and distance. We sent a few letters, had a couple of phone calls, but eventually lost contact. The weird thing is, I completely forgot about the clown incident. Not like I put it out of my mind. I literally had no memory of it. It was like my brain just filed it away somewhere unreachable. Years passed. I went to college, got a job in marketing, got married, had kids. Normal life stuff. Every couple of years, we'd visit Portland to see my aunt and uncle who still lived there. Sometimes I'd drive through my old neighborhood just to see how it had changed. During one of these visits, when I was maybe 25, I ran into Ethan at a local coffee shop. He was still living in the area, working as an electrician. We caught up, exchanged numbers, and whenever I came back to Portland, we'd meet for a beer. During one of these meetups, after a few drinks, Ethan suddenly asked, "Do you remember that time we saw a clown in the woods behind your old house?" I had no idea what he was talking about. I laughed and told him he must be confusing me with someone else. He insisted it happened, described running through the woods, locking ourselves in my house, being too scared to go back to the fort for days. But none of it rang any bells for me. I figured he was misremembering or mixing me up with another childhood friend. But Ethan brought it up again the next time I saw him, and the time after that. He wasn't joking around. He genuinely believed we had shared this experience. The consistency of his story started to bother me. Why would he make this up, and why stick to it for so many years? About 5 years ago, during another visit, Ethan and I drove past my old neighborhood. On impulse, I suggested we pull over and walk down the old trails for nostalgia's sake. The woods had gotten smaller, more development had eaten away at the edges, but the main paths were still there. We walked for a while, reminiscing about childhood adventures. Then we came to a bend in the path, and I felt this sudden, overwhelming sense of dread. My heart started racing, my palms got sweaty, and I had this urgent need to turn around. Ethan must have noticed something in my expression because he grabbed my arm and said, "This is where we saw it, isn't it?" And just like that, a fragment of memory surfaced. The white face, the extended smile, the silence of the woods. It wasn't a complete memory, more like flashes of images, but it was enough to make me feel physically ill. I still don't know if what I remember is actually my own memory, or if it's been constructed from Ethan's repeated telling of the story. It feels both foreign and familiar at the same time, like a dream you're not sure you actually had, or just think you had, because someone described it to you. What makes it even weirder is what we learned a few years ago. Ethan's mom is involved with the local historical society, and during one of their projects documenting the area's history, they discovered that our old neighborhood had been built on land that was once part of a Native American burial ground. The developers had supposedly relocated the remains before construction, but according to local rumors, they didn't do a very thorough job of it. Ethan's convinced that what we saw was some kind of spirit or manifestation. I'm not so sure. Part of me wonders if it was just some creep in a costume trying to scare kids. Or maybe we both saw something else entirely, and our young minds transformed it into something more sinister. But here's what really keeps me up at night. Why a clown? Of all the possible frightening appearances a spirit or hallucination could take, why that specific image? And why can't I fully remember it when Ethan can recall every detail? I've tried hypnosis, meditation, even therapy to try to recover the full memory, but it remains frustratingly fragmented. Sometimes I think it's better that way. Maybe there's a reason my mind buried it so deeply. Ethan and I still meet up whenever I'm in Portland, and we always end up talking about it. He's absolutely certain of what we saw. Me? I still don't know. But I do know that even now in my 40s, with a mortgage and kids and all the trappings of a rational adult life, I still can't look at clowns without feeling that same visceral dread I felt standing on that forest path 30 years ago. And I still can't explain why, to this day, I've never once taken my own children into the woods to play. Story 8. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I'm pretty practical. I work in IT, I like facts and evidence, and I've always thought there's a logical explanation for everything. That changed about 3 months ago, and I still don't have answers. I'm writing this partly to see if anyone else has experienced something similar, and partly because I need to tell someone who won't immediately think I'm losing my mind. It started on a Tuesday evening in October. Nothing special about the day. I'd worked from home. My wife Kelly had come back from her office around 6, and we'd had a normal dinner. Around 9, I was sitting at our kitchen island scrolling through news on my phone while Kelly was upstairs getting ready for bed. I heard her cough. Not just a little throat clearing, but that deep, struggling kind of cough that makes you immediately concerned. It sounded like she was having trouble breathing. I immediately put my phone down and rushed upstairs to check on her. "You okay? Need some water?" I asked as I entered our bedroom. Kelly was sitting on the bed in her pajamas, looking completely fine and extremely confused by my sudden appearance. "What? I'm fine," she said. "You were just coughing really badly. I could hear it from downstairs." She shook her head. "James, I wasn't coughing at all. I've been sitting here reading for the past 20 minutes. I stood there feeling suddenly disoriented. The cough had been so clear, so distinctly Kelly's. I even recognized the specific way she coughs when her asthma acts up. But she was fine. Completely fine." "Are you sure? It sounded exactly like you." "Positive. I haven't coughed once tonight." I felt a weird chill run through me but brushed it off. Maybe it was the neighbors. Our houses aren't that close together, but sound can travel strangely sometimes. I went back downstairs, slightly unsettled, but determined to forget about it. The next morning is when things started to get truly weird. I was in the living room answering work emails, and Kelly was upstairs in our bedroom getting dressed for work. Suddenly, I heard a phone ringing, specifically the classic iPhone marimba ringtone coming from the kitchen. Kelly called down from upstairs. "Can you grab that? It might be work." So she'd heard it too. I got up and went to the kitchen, but there was no phone there. I checked the counters, looked under mail on the table, checked the floor. Nothing. "I can't find it," I called up. Kelly came rushing down the stairs. "It's still ringing. Where is it?" We both stood in the kitchen, clearly hearing the ringtone, but there was no phone in sight. The sound seemed to be coming from the center of the room, but there was nothing there except our kitchen island. Is it your work phone or personal? I asked. I don't know. Check the living room, maybe. The ringing stopped while we were searching. Kelly went upstairs to check her purse and came back down looking confused. Both my phones are in my purse in the guest room. Neither shows a missed call. We stood there in our kitchen, staring at each other. There was absolutely no explanation for what we'd both clearly heard. Maybe it was the neighbors again, I suggested weakly. Kelly shook her head. James, that ringtone was in our kitchen. Not next door, not outside. Right here. We both had to get to work, so we didn't have time to dwell on it. But throughout the day, I kept thinking about it. That night when Kelly got home, we talked about it again, but couldn't come up with any explanation. We checked all our devices to see if any could have made that sound. Tablets, old phones in drawers, even our smart speakers. Nothing. That's when I started to wonder if someone could be in our house. We live in a pretty standard suburban 2-story with an attic and a basement. The basement is finished and we use it regularly, but the attic is just storage that we rarely access. The entrance is a pull-down ladder in the hallway ceiling. 3 days after the phone incident, I decided to check the attic. It was Saturday morning, and Kelly was out grocery shopping. I pulled down the ladder and was about to climb up when I heard it. The distinct sound of a door swinging and then shutting, coming from directly above me in the attic. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. There are no doors in our attic. It's just an open space with some plywood laid down for storage. I stood frozen at the bottom of the ladder for what felt like forever. Part of me wanted to run out of the house, but a bigger part needed to know what the hell was going on. I grabbed a baseball bat from our bedroom and slowly climbed the ladder. The attic was exactly as it should be. Boxes of Christmas decorations, old college textbooks, suitcases. There was absolutely no one there, and definitely no doors that could have made that sound. I checked every corner, moved boxes, looked for any sign that someone had been up there. Nothing. Everything was covered in the same thin layer of dust that had been there the last time we'd accessed it months ago. When Kelly got home, I told her what happened. She wanted to call the police, but what would we say? We heard sounds but found no evidence of anything. They'd think we were crazy or wasting their time. Instead, we decided to be extra vigilant. We checked that all our doors and windows were locked. We even installed a few more security cameras around the house, including one pointing at the attic entrance. For a few days, everything was quiet. Then, around 2 in the morning on Thursday, Kelly shook me awake. "James," she whispered urgently, "I just heard a door shut downstairs." I sat up, instantly alert. "Are you sure?" "Positive. It was the back door. I know that sound." We have a security system that chimes when exterior doors open, but it hadn't made a sound. I grabbed my phone and pulled up our security camera feeds. The cameras covering our front door, back door, and side entrance showed nothing. No movement, no doors opening or closing. I pulled up the footage from the past hour and reviewed it carefully. Nothing. No one had entered or left our house. "Let's check downstairs," I said, grabbing the baseball bat again. We went through every room together. All the doors and windows were still locked. Nothing was disturbed. The security system showed no breaches. Yet we'd both heard that door shut. We went back to bed but couldn't sleep. The next day, exhausted and on edge, I started researching. Could our house be settling in a weird way? Was there some kind of acoustic phenomenon that could explain hearing sounds that weren't there? I even looked into shared auditory hallucinations, though that seemed like a stretch since we weren't always hearing the same things at the same time. That evening, we were sitting in the living room watching TV when all the windows in the room suddenly rattled, like when air pressure changes when you close a door quickly, but no doors had been closed. We were both sitting right there. "Did you feel that?" Kelly asked, looking at me with wide eyes. "Yeah. The windows rattled." "But why?" "The air pressure changed, but nothing happened to cause that." We'd been experiencing these little pressure changes for days, subtle at first, but becoming more noticeable. Sometimes they'd be accompanied by a soft whooshing sound, like air being displaced. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about everything that had happened and trying to find some pattern. The coughing that wasn't Kelly, the phone ringing with no phone, the door shutting in an attic with no doors, the actual doors shutting when no one was there to shut them. The air pressure changes with no apparent cause. And then it hit me. What if all these things were happening, just not in our reality? What if, somehow, there was another version of our house overlapping with ours? Another dimension where another Kelly was coughing, where a phone was ringing in the exact same spot our kitchen island stands, where the attic does have a door. I know how that sounds. Trust me, I do. If someone had suggested this to me 4 months ago, I'd have thought they were watching too much sci-fi. But when you eliminate all other possibilities, you have to consider even the impossible ones. The next day, I shared my theory with Kelly. To my surprise, she didn't immediately dismiss it. "It's like we're hearing echoes from another reality," she said slowly. "Or like there's a thin spot between dimensions right here in our house." Exactly. Like some kind of interdimensional portal or thin spot where things bleed through. Over the next few weeks, the incidents continued. We'd hear footsteps upstairs when we were both downstairs, the sound of dishes clinking in the kitchen when the kitchen was empty. Once, I clearly heard Kelly call my name from the basement when she was actually out in the backyard. We've learned to live with it in a way. Whatever or whoever is crossing paths with our reality doesn't seem malevolent. They're just there, going about their business in their version of our house, occasionally bleeding through into our world. Last week I was home alone working in the living room when I heard what sounded like our front door opening, footsteps in the entryway, and then Kelly's voice calling out, "I'm home." I automatically called back, "In here," before realizing Kelly wasn't due home for hours. When I went to check, the front door was locked, the security system still armed, and the entryway empty. Sometimes I wonder if they, the other versions of us or whoever they are, hear us too. Do they hear phantom coughing, mysterious phone rings, doors closing when no one's there? Are they writing their own version of this post somewhere, trying to make sense of the strange sounds in their house? I don't have answers. I don't know if I ever will. But I know what we've experienced is real. Something is crossing between realities in our home, and all we can do is accept that we're sharing our space with something we can't see or understand. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any insights, I'd really appreciate hearing them. For now, we're staying in our home. It's not threatening, just unsettling. And honestly, I've become curious about our interdimensional housemates. I just wish I knew who or what they are. Story 9. I still can't explain what happened to me 3 months ago at that hotel in Oak Ridge. I've always been a rational person, the type who rolls his eyes at ghost stories and paranormal TV shows. I work in industrial equipment sales, which means I spend about half my life in hotel rooms across the state. Nothing unusual ever happens. You check in, work all day, eat something mediocre, watch some TV, and sleep. Repeat until Friday. Since August, I'd been staying at this chain hotel in Oak Ridge twice a week for a major client installation. Same room every time, room 214, because I'm a creature of habit, and the front desk staff was accommodating. It was nothing special. King bed, desk by the window, small refrigerator and microwave on the counter near the bathroom. Standard business hotel setup. For months, nothing weird happened. Absolutely nothing. I'd roll in Monday afternoon, leave Wednesday morning, then come back Thursday night and leave Friday. Same routine, same room, no issues. The place wasn't fancy, but it was clean and quiet. Perfect. For work trips. Everything changed on a Tuesday night in November. I remember the exact date because I'd been on a conference call earlier that evening about quarterly projections, which always happens on the third Tuesday. I'd gone to bed around 11 after reviewing some spreadsheets and watching half an episode of some cooking competition. I woke up suddenly. The room was pitch black except for the dim glow of my phone charger light and the thin line of hallway light coming under the door. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. Then I heard it. Footsteps. But not normal footsteps. These were wet, squishy footsteps, like someone had soaked their boots and was walking through the hallway outside my room. Squish, squish, squish. The weird thing was, the sound didn't match the environment. The hallway was carpeted, but these footsteps sounded like they were walking on tile or linoleum. I checked my phone. 3:42 a.m. The squishy steps stopped right outside my door. I froze, suddenly terrified that someone was about to try my door handle. My heart was hammering in my chest. I sat up, staring at the door, waiting. Nothing happened. No handle turning, no knocking, just silence. I sat there for what felt like minutes, wondering if I should call the front desk. Then I noticed something strange in my peripheral vision. There was a darker patch near the refrigerator counter. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. You know how the dark can mess with your vision. But as my eyes adjusted more, the dark patch seemed to solidify. I can't explain it any other way. It was like watching ink gather together in water, except it was happening in my hotel room, in 3 dimensions. Within seconds, I was looking at what I can only describe as a figure. A tall, impossibly black figure standing, no, more like leaning, over the counter near my fridge. When I say black, I don't mean like shadows or darkness. I mean the absolute absence of light, like a hole cut into reality. Scientists call it Vanta black, that super black material that absorbs almost all light. But this was darker, so dark that it blocked the light reflecting off the stainless steel refrigerator door. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I just stared at this thing, trying to convince myself I was dreaming or hallucinating from exhaustion. The figure didn't move, but I had the distinct impression it was aware of me. There were no eyes that I could see, no features at all in that absolute blackness, but I felt observed, studied. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably just seconds, I managed to move my arm toward the bedside lamp. I slapped at it frantically, missed the switch twice before finally hitting it. Light flooded the room, and the figure was gone. Just vanished. The counter area was empty, normal, exactly as I'd left it before going to bed. I sat there breathing heavily, sweating through my t-shirt despite the room being cold from the air conditioning. I told myself it was a dream, sleep paralysis, anything rational. But I knew I'd been fully awake. I could still hear the echo of those wet footsteps in my mind. After a few minutes of trying to calm down, I had to check the bathroom. What if someone had actually broken into my room? What if they were hiding in there? The thought made my skin crawl, but not knowing was worse. I got out of bed slowly, keeping the lamp on, and walked to the bathroom door, which was partially open. I pushed it with my fingertips, stepping back quickly in case someone lunged out. Empty. Just the same beige hotel bathroom. I checked the shower, behind the door, everywhere someone could hide. Nothing. I went back to bed with every light in the room turned on. My heart was still racing, and I kept looking over at that counter area, expecting the figure to reappear. I tried to convince myself I dreamed the whole thing, but I knew I hadn't. Around 4:15, something else happened. I was lying there, still wide, awake, when I felt a strange sensation on my right hip and leg. It wasn't painful, just weird, like a very mild electrical current or static pressure. Barely there, but definitely present. I lifted the blanket to look, but there was nothing visible. The sensation continued, though, this slight pressure, almost like when your foot falls asleep, but without the pins and needles. I sat up, and the feeling disappeared. When I lay back down, it returned after a few seconds. I switched positions, lying on my left side instead of my right, and the feeling stopped. But every time I rolled onto my back or right side, it would start again. That slight electrical sensation, focused on my hip and thigh. Between the shadow figure and this weird physical sensation, there was no way I was getting back to sleep. I sat up in bed, turned on the TV for company, and waited for dawn. I've never been so happy to see sunrise in my life. When morning finally came, I searched the room thoroughly in daylight. No signs of water damage, no evidence anyone had been in there, nothing out of place. Just a normal hotel room. I almost convinced myself I'd had some kind of waking nightmare, except for one thing. About a week earlier, I'd found a strange puddle of water in the middle of the bathroom floor when I returned from dinner. At the time, I figured housekeeping had spilled something and didn't clean it up properly. I just wiped it up with a towel and forgot about it. But now, I wonder if that water was connected to the squishy, wet footsteps I heard. The footsteps that sounded like they were walking on tile, not carpet. The footsteps that stopped right outside my door before that impossibly black figure appeared. I checked out early that morning, making up an excuse about a family emergency. I couldn't spend another night in that room. The front desk didn't question it, but the clerk gave me an odd look when I specifically requested never to be assigned to room 214 again. Since then, I've stayed at a different hotel in Oak Ridge. It's less convenient, more expensive, and the breakfast is terrible, but I don't care. I've tried researching the history of the other hotel, looking for reports of deaths or accidents, but found nothing unusual. I even casually asked one of the maintenance guys if they'd ever had water damage or flooding issues in that section of the building. He just shrugged and said not that he knew of. I still travel for work every week. I still consider myself a rational person, but now I sleep with a small nightlight in every hotel room. I check behind shower curtains and inside closets before I settle in. And if I ever hear squishy footsteps in the middle of the night, I'm out of there, client meeting or not. The thing that haunts me most isn't just seeing that shadow figure. It's the absolute certainty I felt in that moment that whatever was standing by my hotel refrigerator at 3:42 a.m. wasn't something that belonged in our world, and it was aware of me. I've never told anyone this story before now. They'd think I was crazy or making it up. But I know what I saw, and I know what I felt. That electrical sensation on my hip and leg still comes back sometimes, usually when I'm drifting off to sleep. When it happens, I immediately turn on all the lights and check every corner of the room, because I can't shake the feeling that whatever I encountered that night isn't finished with me yet. Story 10. I still get goosebumps thinking about that winter trip in '91. It's been over 30 years, but I can't shake what happened at that cabin in the White Mountains. I graduated from Boston College 6 months earlier and was working my first real job at an insurance company in Boston. My buddies and I decided to take advantage of the long weekend in January to go skiing. One of those last hurrah type trips before real adult life took over. Completely. Johnny Callahan, who I've known since freshman year, mentioned his grandfather had this old hunting lodge in New Hampshire. His grandfather had worked with the Civilian Conservation Corps back in the '30s, building the first roads across the White Mountains. He'd bought this cabin afterward as a hunting retreat. Johnny had been there a few times as a kid, but hadn't visited in years. It was primitive, no electricity, no running water, but it was free. And we were broke recent graduates. There were 6 of us total, me, Johnny, Ted, my roommate, Dave, Steve, and Mark. We planned to stay Friday through Monday, ski during the day at one of the nearby resorts, and drink beer and play cards at night. Simple enough. The drive started fine. We took 2 vehicles, my Ford minivan and Mark's rental Explorer, since we had too much gear to fit in one. Johnny had directions his dad had written down. The roads got narrower and more treacherous as we climbed higher into the mountains. The snow was getting deeper too, maybe 8 or 10 inches on the ground. About 2 hours in, the roads weren't even being plowed anymore. Dave was driving the Explorer when it got stuck in a drift. We spent an hour digging it out, but the undercarriage was damaged. We decided to leave it there and cram everything and everyone into my minivan. The last stretch was brutal. The road was barely a path through dense trees with steep drops on one side. I was white-knuckling the steering wheel the whole time. Then we reached this tiny wooden bridge over a creek. Looked handmade, probably by the CCC guys all those years ago. I tried to take it slow, but the tires hit a patch of ice. The van slid sideways and got stuck with two wheels hanging partly off the edge. We were screwed. We all piled out to assess the situation. The van was teetering on the edge of the bridge, and below was a 15-foot drop to half-frozen water. We tried pushing, but it wouldn't budge. That's when the pickup appeared. I still can't explain where it came from. There was only one road in, the same one we'd used, and we hadn't passed anyone or seen any other tire tracks. It was an older Ford pickup, maybe from the 70s, forest green. Two men were inside. They got out without saying anything. Both wore heavy canvas work clothes and thick wool hats, the kind lumberjacks wear. What struck me was their faces, completely emotionless. Not angry, not friendly, just blank. They didn't introduce themselves or ask if we needed help. They just walked over, assessed the situation, and started working. One of them got behind the wheel of my van while the other directed him. The rest of us helped push when told. In about 5 minutes, they had maneuvered the van back onto the bridge properly. The weird part came after. When Johnny tried to thank them, they just stared at him for a moment, got back in their truck, and drove off the way we had come. That was strange, Ted said after they left. Mountain folk, Johnny replied with a shrug. Grandpa said they keep to themselves up here. We made it to the cabin about 20 minutes later. It was exactly as Johnny had described, a 2-room log structure with a small front porch. Inside was basic, a main room with a wood stove, table, and some chairs, plus a smaller bedroom with 3 sets of bunk beds. There was an outhouse about 30 yards behind the cabin. We unloaded our stuff and got a fire going in the wood stove. Johnny showed us where the well was to get water. We spent the rest of the daylight hours chopping more firewood and settling in. The temperature was dropping fast, had to be around 5 degrees by sunset. That night, we cooked hot dogs on the wood stove, drank beer, and played poker. Normal guy stuff. Everyone was in good spirits despite the van incident. Around 11, we turned in. The bunks were uncomfortable as hell, but we were exhausted from the journey. I fell asleep almost immediately, but woke up at exactly 2:55. I remember checking my watch with its little glow button. Something had disturbed me. I lay there listening, trying to figure out what had woken me up. Then I heard it. A tapping sound, precise and methodical. Tap, tap, tap. It wasn't random like a branch hitting the cabin. This was deliberate, like someone using a knife tip or a coin to hit glass. Tap, tap, tap. Always the same rhythm and pressure. I sat up and looked around. Everyone else was still asleep. The tapping continued. I slipped out of my sleeping bag and grabbed my flashlight. The sound seemed to be coming from one of the windows in the main room. I nudged Ted awake because, honestly, I was freaked out. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. He listened for a moment. "Yeah, what the hell is that?" We went into the main room together. The wood stove had burned down to embers, casting a faint orange glow. The tapping was definitely coming from one of the windows. I shined my flashlight toward it but saw nothing. As we approached, the tapping stopped. We waited. Then it started again, from a different window on the opposite wall. "Is someone fucking with us?" Ted whispered. I shook my head. "I don't know." We checked that window too. Nothing. Then the tapping moved again, to another window. By this point I was getting pissed off rather than scared. I figured it was probably an animal, or maybe some local kids playing a prank. I decided to go outside and check. "That's a terrible idea," Ted said. I grabbed my coat and boots. I'll just do a quick loop around the cabin." Johnny had woken up by this point and came into the main room. "What's going on?" Ted explained about the tapping while I laced up my boots. "Don't go out there," Johnny said, suddenly looking concerned. "My grandpa used to say weird shit happens in these mountains at night." "It's probably just a raccoon or something," I replied, though I didn't really believe it. The tapping was too deliberate. I grabbed my dad's K-bar knife from my bag. He'd given it to me before the trip, saying it might come in handy at the cabin. I felt a bit stupid taking a knife to investigate a tapping sound, but it made me feel better. When I opened the front door, I was struck by how absolutely silent it was outside. No wind, no animal sounds, nothing. The temperature had dropped even further, probably 15 below zero. The snow reflected the moonlight, making everything eerily visible despite the darkness. I stepped off the porch and began circling the cabin counterclockwise, checking each window. No signs of disturbance in the snow, no footprints except our own from earlier. The tapping had stopped the moment I went outside. I made it around the first corner, then the second. Nothing unusual, but as I approached the back wall of the cabin, something changed. I can't explain it properly, but the air felt different, heavier, almost charged. My breath caught in my throat. I raised my flashlight to illuminate the back wall. Nothing was there, no animal, no person, just the log wall and untouched snow below. But something was wrong, deeply, fundamentally wrong. I needed to check the final corner, but I couldn't move forward. Physically couldn't. It wasn't fear exactly. It was like my body was receiving some primal warning signal that overrode conscious thought. My muscles locked up. My breath came in short gasps, forming dense clouds in the frigid air. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, knife clutched in my frozen hand, trying to force myself to take just a few more steps to check that final corner. But I couldn't. Something was there. I couldn't see it, couldn't hear it, but I knew it was there, just beyond my perception. The terror that washed over me in that moment was unlike anything I've ever experienced. It wasn't the fear of a mugger or a bear or any normal danger. It was existential dread, the certainty that whatever was around that corner wasn't something I was equipped to comprehend, let alone confront. I started backing away, keeping my eyes fixed on that corner. I didn't turn my back, couldn't turn my back. I retreated step by step through my own footprints in the snow, knife still held out in front of me like some pathetic defense. When I reached the front door, I fumbled for the handle without looking, pushed it open and practically fell inside. Ted and Johnny were standing there waiting. "Well?" Ted asked. "Nothing," I managed to say, my voice shaking. "Nothing out there." Johnny was looking at me strangely. "You okay, Mike? You look like you've seen a ghost." "Just cold," I lied, hanging up my coat. "Really fucking cold out there." We went back to bed, but I didn't sleep another minute that night. I lay in my bunk, listening. The tapping never returned, but something else did. A barely perceptible sound, like slow, deliberate breathing just outside the cabin wall nearest my bunk. At first light, I got up and went outside again, determined to check that final corner in daylight. There was nothing there, no footprints, no marks on the walls, nothing. But the snow under the bedroom window where I'd heard the breathing was disturbed in a way I couldn't explain. Not footprints exactly, but smooth, sweeping patterns, like something had been dragged across it. We never mentioned the incident again during the trip. We went skiing as planned, came back to the cabin each night and left on Monday. Nothing else happened, but none of us slept well after that first night. I forgot about it for years, or tried to. Convinced myself it was just mountain paranoia, isolation, and the unfamiliar surroundings playing tricks on me. Then, 12 years later, I felt that exact same combination of dread, panic, and paralysis again. I was hiking alone in the Berkshires when I rounded a bend, and every cell in my body screamed at me to stop. That same certainty that something was there, watching from just beyond my perception. This time, I didn't retreat. I forced myself forward, 3 more steps. What I saw there, I still can't talk about it properly. It wasn't human, it wasn't animal. It existed in a way that shouldn't be possible, like seeing a color that doesn't exist. It noticed me noticing it. Our eyes met, if you can call them eyes. And in that moment I understood why I couldn't force myself around that final corner at the cabin. Something in me knew what was waiting there. Something ancient in our DNA remembers predators we've long forgotten. It's been watching me ever since. I feel it sometimes, usually at night. That same precise tapping on my bedroom window. Tap, tap, tap. I never go to check anymore. I know better now. Story 11. I never believed in ghosts growing up. My parents aren't religious or superstitious, and I was raised to be practical. But what's been happening in our apartment has completely changed my perspective. I need to get this off my chest because it's getting worse, and I'm honestly terrified. I'm 17 now, and we've lived in this apartment at Old Brook Heights my entire life. It's not just our home, it's been in our family for generations. My grandparents lived here, and my great-grandparents before them. It's one of those old buildings with high ceilings, thick walls, and wooden floors that creak when you walk on them. Normal old building stuff, you know. For the first 10 years of my life, everything was completely normal. I never felt afraid in our home, never had that feeling of being watched, nothing. Then things started happening that I couldn't explain. It began with small stuff, objects falling in the kitchen for no reason. A mug would suddenly drop from the counter when nobody was near it. A cabinet would open on its own. I'd hear strange sounds coming from the balcony when no one was out there. My parents usually brushed it off. Old building, my dad would say. Settling, my mom would suggest. Sometimes they'd blame our cat Milo, even when he was clearly sleeping in another room. I started to think maybe I was imagining things. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. For years, nothing strange happened, and I convinced myself it had all been in my head. I was just a kid with an overactive imagination, right? But last year, it started again. And this time, it was different, more intense, more deliberate. The first incident happened when I was getting ready for school. My hairbrush was sitting on my dresser, well away from the edge, and I watched it fall to the floor. No windows were open, no fan was running, nothing that could have caused it to move. I picked it up, placed it back on the dresser, and continued getting ready. A few minutes later, my hairspray fell over too. Weird, but I didn't think too much of it. The next day, the hairspray fell again, but this time it didn't just fall over, it rolled. It rolled across my thick carpet, where it should have stopped after an inch or two, but instead it rolled all the way across my room and into the hallway. I stood there frozen, staring at it. There's no way it could have rolled that far on carpet, especially not uphill. After that, things escalated. I started hearing footsteps at night, right next to my bed. I'd wake up to the sound of someone walking around my room, but when I turned on the light, no one was there. Merchandise from my shelves, books, trinkets, little figurines would fall repeatedly, even though they were placed securely. The worst was when I woke up one night to the sound of breathing in my right ear. Not just ambient noise that could have been mistaken for breathing, but distinct inhales and exhales right next to me. I could feel the warmth of it against my skin. I jerked away and turned on my bedside lamp, my heart pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. There was no one there. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. My parents were starting to notice things too, but they still tried to rationalize it all. Maybe the apartment was settling more than usual. Maybe the neighbors upstairs were making noise. Maybe I was just stressed about school. But I knew it was more than that. Things really took a turn during spring break 2 months ago. My parents were asleep, and I was up late watching videos on my laptop with headphones on. It was around 3:25 in the morning when I heard it. The unmistakable sound of silverware clattering against plates in the kitchen. It was so clear and loud that I pulled off my headphones, thinking someone might have broken in. I sat perfectly still, listening. The sound continued, forks and knives against ceramic, like someone was having a meal. But it was the middle of the night, and my parents had been asleep for hours. I gathered my courage and went to check, walking slowly down the hallway toward the kitchen. The sound stopped as I approached. When I reached the kitchen, it was completely dark and empty. No dishes in the sink, no silverware out of place. Everything was exactly as we'd left it after dinner. Feeling a bit relieved but still uneasy, I went back to my room. As soon as I sat down on my bed, the sounds started again. Clink, clink, clink. Silverware against plates. My blood ran cold. I went back to the kitchen, again, empty and dark. This pattern repeated several times. Each time I went to investigate, the noise would stop. Each time I returned to my room, it would start again. It was like whatever was making the noise was deliberately trying to draw me out, playing some kind of twisted game. After the fourth or fifth time, I was too scared to leave my room again. I put my headphones back on and turned the volume up, trying to drown out the sounds from the kitchen, but I could still hear them, faintly, beneath the music. They continued for another hour before finally stopping. The next evening was even worse. My parents had gone to visit my aunt, who lives about an hour away, and I'd stayed home to finish a school project. It was around 9:30, and I was sitting at my desk when I heard a chair rattling in the kitchen, like someone had bumped into it. Milo, who had been sleeping on my bed, suddenly sat up, his ears perked and his eyes wide. He was staring at my bedroom doorway, which opened into the hallway that led to the kitchen. His fur was standing on end, and he started making this low growling sound I'd never heard from him before. I froze, staring at the doorway too. The hallway was dimly lit. We always keep a small lamp on in the living room when we're home alone at night. From where I was sitting, I could see partway down the hall, but not all the way to the kitchen. Then I saw it. A figure ran past my doorway, heading toward the kitchen. It wasn't tall, maybe the size of a child, but it wasn't a child. It was solid, but shadow-like, with distinguishable limbs, but no clear facial features from the glimpse I got. It moved so quickly, I barely had time to register what I was seeing before it disappeared into the kitchen. Milo bolted under my bed, and I sat there, completely paralyzed with fear. There was someone, or something, in our apartment. I couldn't call out because my parents weren't home. I couldn't run because to get to the front door, I'd have to go past the kitchen. My phone was charging in the living room, so I couldn't even call for help. I don't know how long I sat there, barely breathing, my eyes fixed on the doorway. Minutes felt like hours. Eventually, I managed to move. I slowly got up and pushed my desk chair against my bedroom door. It wouldn't keep anything out, not really, but it made me feel slightly safer. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on my bed, back against the wall, watching the door until morning came. Nothing else happened, no more noises, no more sightings. When my parents came home the next day, I tried to tell them what I'd seen, but I could tell they didn't believe me. They thought I'd fallen asleep and had a nightmare, or that my imagination had gotten the better of me because I was alone in the apartment. But I know what I saw, and I know what I heard the night before. Since then, things have been escalating. Objects move more frequently now. The sounds are louder and more persistent. Twice more I've seen that shadow figure darting around corners or disappearing into rooms. Milo refuses to go into certain parts of the apartment now, particularly the kitchen at night. I've started researching the history of our building, trying to figure out if something happened here that might explain what's going on. But Old Brook Heights has been standing for over 100 years, and finding specific information about our apartment is nearly impossible. All I know is that my family has lived here for generations, and as far as I know, no one else experienced anything like this before. That's what makes me wonder if whatever is happening is somehow attached to me personally. Why did it start when I was 10? Why did it stop and then start again? What does it want? I'm writing this because I'm afraid of what might happen next. The activity seems to be increasing, becoming more bold and direct. Last night I woke up to find all my dresser drawers open and my clothes scattered across the floor. The night before that, I heard what sounded like whispering coming from inside my closet. My parents are talking about renovating the apartment next month. Part of me hopes that maybe changing things up will make whatever this is leave. But another part of me is terrified that disturbing the apartment will only make it angry. I don't know what to do. I don't want to leave. This is my home, my family's home. But I also don't know how much longer I can live with this constant fear, never knowing what I'm going to see or hear next. Never knowing if I'm really alone in my room at night. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any advice, please let me know. I'm desperate for answers. And honestly, I'm just tired of being afraid in my own home. Story 12. I never actually lived in our sorority house, and thank God for that. I'd visited countless times for meetings, events, and sleepovers, but after what happened last summer, I couldn't even step foot inside without feeling like something was watching me from every corner. Our house was this massive southern plantation-style building with those tall white pillars and a wraparound porch that looked straight out of a postcard. It sat about 2 blocks from campus in this little college town that had way more history than you'd expect. 8 bedrooms, 2 kitchens, 2 bathrooms, and way too many places for things to hide. We were all pretty proud of it. It was definitely one of the nicer sorority houses, but there was always something off about the place. I remember my first tour like it was yesterday. It was rush week of my freshman year, and one of the seniors was showing a bunch of us potential pledges around. The first floor was gorgeous. High ceilings, dark wood floors that creaked just enough to give it character, and these beautiful antique furnishings that had been passed down through generations of sisters. But the moment we went upstairs, I felt it. The air changed. It got cold in a way that didn't make sense, like walking through invisible curtains of cool air. The upstairs hallway was long and dark, even in the middle of the day with all the lights on. I remember getting goosebumps and thinking it was just excitement, but looking back, I think it was my body trying to warn me. "And this is our guest room," the senior, I think her name was Ashley, said, pushing open this heavy wooden door at the end of the hall. The guest room was just wrong. I can't explain it any better than that. It wasn't particularly scary looking, just a plain room with a double bed, a dresser, and a small desk. But standing in that doorway felt like standing at the edge of a cliff. The air was thick, almost hard to breathe, and there was another door in there, one that led to the attic. "We don't really use the attic much," Ashley said casually, "just for storage." But of course she opened it anyway, flicking on a light to reveal steep, narrow stairs. I remember hanging back while the other girls crowded around to peek up. Something in me just didn't want to see what was up there. But peer pressure is a hell of a thing when you're 18, so I forced myself to look. The attic was the worst part. The walls were covered in cardboard, like literally covered floor to ceiling, and the cardboard was filled with writing. Old signatures, quotes, dates going back decades. It was like stepping into a completely different world, one that existed outside of time. The air up there was stale and heavy, pressing down on my chest. I ended up joining the sorority despite my reservations about the house. Like I said, I never lived there. I had an apartment with friends closer to campus, but I spent a lot of time at the house for meetings and events. And over time, things started happening. Small things at first, easy to brush off. Last summer was when it got bad. Most of the sisters had gone home for break, but I had a summer internship in town, and one other sister, Megan, was staying to take summer classes. The house was basically empty except for us, and Megan actually lived there. One night, I was over for dinner. We'd made pasta and were sitting in the living room watching Netflix when we heard it. A loud thud from upstairs, like something heavy had fallen. We looked at each other, and I could tell Megan was thinking the same thing I was. We were the only ones in the house. "Probably just the old house settling," she said, but her voice was tight. Then we heard another sound, metal dragging across the floor, followed by footsteps, heavy footsteps, moving across the ceiling right above us, heading toward the stairs. "Is someone else staying here?" I whispered, even though I knew the answer. Megan shook her head, her eyes wide. "Everyone's gone home." The footsteps stopped at the top of the stairs. We were both frozen, staring at the staircase, waiting. Nothing came down, but the silence was almost worse than the noise had been. After what felt like forever, Megan stood up. "We should check it out," she said, though I could tell she didn't want to. I followed her upstairs, my heart pounding so hard I was sure whatever was up there could hear it. The upstairs hallway was dark. We hadn't turned on any lights up there since neither of us had been upstairs all day. Megan flipped the switch and the hallway lit up, empty. We checked all the bedrooms, the bathroom, even the guest room and attic. Nothing was out of place. No one was there. "See? Just the house making noise," Megan said, but she didn't sound convinced. When we came back downstairs, we found 2 metal baking sheets from the kitchen lying in the middle of the living room floor. They hadn't been there when we went upstairs. They had been in a cabinet in the kitchen. Megan and I stared at the baking sheets, then at each other. Neither of us said anything. What could we say? We both knew we hadn't left them there. We both knew what we'd heard. After that night, I tried to avoid staying at the house after dark, but sometimes it was unavoidable. About a month later, we had a sorority sleepover, a bonding thing for the new pledges. There were about 15 of us there, which made me feel safer. Safety in numbers, right? Wrong. Because, of course, with so many girls, the sleeping arrangements were tight. And guess where I ended up? The guest room. The room no one ever wanted to sleep in. Even the freshmen who didn't know about the house's reputation somehow sensed that room was bad news. "I'll crash on the couch," I told our president, but she just laughed. "Don't be silly, it's just a room. Besides, the couch is already claimed." So there I was, lying in the guest room bed at around midnight, staring at the ceiling and trying to convince myself that the weird shadows were just from the tree outside the window. The door to the attic was closed, thank God, but I couldn't stop looking at it, expecting it to swing open on its own. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to a tugging sensation. Something was pulling at my blanket from the foot of the bed. Not hard, just little persistent tugs, like a child trying to get my attention. I froze, not daring to move or even breathe. The tugging stopped after a few seconds, but then I heard something else. Footsteps on the attic stairs, slow, deliberate steps coming down toward the door. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was paralyzed with fear. All I could do was watch as the attic doorknob began to turn, slowly, back and forth. The door itself started to shake, like someone was trying to open it but couldn't because, thank every God that ever existed, I'd put the chain guard on earlier that night. I don't know how long I lay there, watching that doorknob move and the door shake. It felt like hours. Eventually it stopped, and I heard the footsteps retreating back up the stairs. I didn't sleep another minute that night. As soon as the sun came up, I was out of that room and downstairs with the early risers, making coffee with shaking hands and trying to act normal. Later, I found out that our sorority actually kept a journal of weird occurrences in the house. It dated back to the 90s, over 25 years of documented paranormal activity. Sisters had seen a woman's reflection moving in mirrors when they were alone. People heard male and female voices having conversations in empty rooms. Objects would disappear and reappear in strange places. One girl found her hairbrush on the attic stairs when she hadn't been up there in months. Lights would turn on and off by themselves. Doors would open and close on their own. More than once, sisters would wake up to the sound of someone shuffling around in the kitchen, only to go downstairs and find all the drawers and cabinets open and rearranged. After that sleepover, I refused to stay overnight at the house ever again. I'd still go for meetings and events, but I always made sure to leave before dark. The others thought I was being dramatic, but I didn't care. Last week, our chapter finally made the decision to move out of that house. 25 years of weird shit was enough. We found a new place closer to campus, smaller, but newer, and hopefully a little more quiet. I drove by the old house yesterday. It's sitting empty now, waiting for new tenants. Part of me wants to warn whoever moves in next, but what would I even say? Hey, watch out for the ghost that likes to rearrange your kitchen and pull on your blankets at night. They probably wouldn't believe me anyway. I'm not sure I would have believed it if I hadn't experienced it myself. All I know is that something was in that house with us, something that didn't want us there. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still see that attic doorknob turning back and forth, trying to get to me. Story 13. I still don't know how to explain what happened to me last Tuesday. I've spent days trying to make sense of it, but I can't. I need to get this off my chest because it's eating me up inside, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I'm 28, live alone in a 2-story house in a quiet suburb with my cat Milo. I'm not on any medication, don't do drugs, and barely even drink. I've never had any health issues, no seizures, no fainting spells, nothing. I've always been skeptical about paranormal stuff and never experienced anything weird before this. It was around 7 in the morning. I'd just woken up and was heading downstairs to feed Milo. I remember it was chilly, so I was wearing these thick fuzzy socks my mom got me for Christmas. I was still groggy, scrolling through my phone while walking down the stairs, something I do every morning without thinking. I was about halfway down when it happened. My sock caught on a rough edge of one of the steps. I remember the sensation vividly, that stomach-dropping feeling when you miss a step. My phone flew out of my hand, and I pitched forward. There was this fraction of a second where I knew with absolute certainty what was about to happen. I couldn't get my hands up fast enough. Then came the impact. I hit the hardwood at the bottom of the stairs head first. There was this, God, it's hard to even describe it, a crack, not just a sound, but a feeling that shot through my entire body. Intense pain radiated from my neck for just a split second, and then nothing. Complete silence and stillness. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I was staring at the baseboard of my wall, unable to even blink. I knew I was dying, or had died. I was completely lucid, aware that my neck had broken, and that this was it. The strangest part was how calm I felt in that moment. Just acceptance. Like, oh, so this is how it ends for me. A stupid fall down my own stairs. And then, without any transition, I was back on the stairs. I was standing halfway down, my phone in my hand, completely fine. It wasn't like waking from a dream. There was no confusion or that hazy feeling you get. 1 second I was lying at the bottom of the stairs with a broken neck, and the next I was back in the middle of the staircase, completely unharmed. I froze. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I grabbed the railing with both hands, nearly dropping my phone again. I was terrified to move. Had I just experienced some kind of bizarre daydream, a hallucination? But it had felt so real, more real than anything I'd ever experienced. After standing there, for what felt like ages, I carefully finished walking down the stairs, gripping the railing like my life depended on it. When I reached the bottom, I had this overwhelming urge to touch my neck, to make sure it was intact. It was, of course, but I couldn't shake the memory of how it felt to have it broken. The whole thing left me feeling off, like I wasn't fully in my body. The best way I can describe it is like when you're watching a movie in first-person perspective. You're seeing everything, but there's a disconnect. I kept touching things, the wall, the countertop, my own face, just to ground myself. I went about my morning routine mechanically, trying to convince myself I'd just had a vivid stress dream or something. But I couldn't shake the absolute certainty that I had experienced my own death. Then Milo started acting weird, which only made everything more unsettling. He's normally an independent cat, the type that acknowledges your existence only at feeding time, but that morning he wouldn't leave my side. He followed me from room to room, staring at me with this intense focus I'd never seen before. At one point, I was sitting on the couch, still trying to process what had happened, when I noticed him sitting in the doorway, just watching me. His tail wasn't moving, and he wasn't blinking much, just staring. When I called his name, he didn't respond at all, which was unusual. He typically at least flicks an ear in acknowledgement. "What?" I said out loud to him. "What are you looking at?" He tilted his head slightly, but kept staring. It sounds silly, but it felt like he knew something had changed, like he could tell I wasn't the same person who'd gone to bed the night before. I decided to go to work, thinking that some normalcy might help. I'm a graphic designer working from home, but I have a co-working space I go to sometimes. I figured being around other people would help ground me. The drive there was surreal. Every car that passed me made me flinch. At one point, a truck changed lanes a little too close to me, and I had this flash of memory, or premonition, of my car crumpling, my neck snapping again. I pulled over and sat there shaking for 10 minutes before I could continue driving. At the co-working space, things didn't get any better. I couldn't focus on anything. My co-worker Rachel asked if I was okay, said I looked pale. I couldn't exactly tell her, "I think I died this morning and somehow came back." So I mumbled something about not sleeping well. I left early and went home, still feeling like I was walking around in someone else's body. Milo was waiting for me at the door, which he never does. He followed me around all afternoon, always keeping me in sight. That night, for the first time ever, he jumped on my bed and slept pressed against me. He's never done that before or since. I barely slept that night. I kept replaying what had happened, trying to find a rational explanation. Maybe I'd had some kind of seizure, but I've never had one before, and I didn't lose consciousness in the traditional sense. Maybe it was an extremely vivid, intrusive thought. But it didn't feel like a thought, it felt like a memory. The next morning I examined the stairs carefully. I found the spot where my sock had caught, a small splinter of wood sticking up on one of the steps. I fixed it immediately, but seeing it there, confirming that small detail from my experience, sent chills through me. Over the next few days, I started looking online for similar experiences. I found a few accounts from people who claimed to have died, and then suddenly found themselves back at a point before the accident happened. Most of them were dismissed as dreams or hallucinations, but reading them gave me goosebumps because the experiences sounded so similar to mine. The strangest part is that I feel different now. Not in any way I can clearly define, but there's this persistent feeling that I'm not supposed to be here. Like I'm living in borrowed time, or maybe even in some parallel universe where I didn't die that morning. I've become hyper-aware of dangers around me. I'm careful on the stairs now, obviously, but it goes beyond that. I find myself anticipating accidents before they happen. Last week I stepped back from the curb seconds before a car jumped it, right where I'd been standing. I hadn't heard or seen the car coming. I just had this sudden urge to move. Is it possible that what happened was some kind of premonition? A warning from some part of my brain that recognized the danger before I consciously did? Or did I actually die on those stairs and somehow get a second chance? Milo has mostly gone back to his old self, though he still watches me sometimes with that same intense stare. It's like he's trying to figure out if I'm really me. And honestly, sometimes I wonder the same thing. Sometimes I catch myself touching my neck, remembering the feeling of it breaking. It wasn't painful, not really, just this profound wrongness, followed by the most absolute stillness I've ever felt. And then, nothing. until I was back on the stairs, given another chance. I haven't told anyone about this until now. How could I? It sounds crazy even as I'm typing it, but I know what I experienced. I know what I felt. I died that Tuesday morning, and yet here I am, still alive. The most terrifying question keeps haunting me. What happens when you cheat death? Does it eventually catch up with you? Or am I living in some kind of alternate timeline now, one where I survived when I wasn't supposed to? I find myself looking over my shoulder constantly, half expecting to see something. Death personified, my own ghost. I don't know. All I know is that something impossible happened to me and I can't explain it. So that's my story. I don't expect anyone to believe me, but it feels good to finally tell someone. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Am I alone in this? Because right now, I feel like I'm walking around with this impossible secret, and the weight of it is crushing me. I still take the stairs carefully. I still feel that phantom sensation in my neck sometimes. And I still wonder if I'm living a life I wasn't supposed to have. But most of all, I wonder what it means, and if it'll happen again when my time truly comes. Story 14. I've never really told this story to anyone outside my closest friends. It happened 20 years ago when I was in 4th grade at Evergreen Elementary in East Los Angeles. But I still think about it sometimes when I'm washing my hands or when I hear pipes making noise in old buildings. It was a Friday in October, I remember, because there was this big fall festival happening at the school auditorium. The kind where parents come to watch their kids perform stupid little skits and songs. My mom had made me wear this itchy button-up shirt that I hated, and I couldn't wait for the whole thing to be over. Me and my friends, Ricky, David, and Carlos, were hanging out after our class had finished performing. The teachers were busy with the younger grades' performances, so nobody was really watching us. We were just wandering around the hallways, trying to kill time before our parents picked us up. That's when Carlos noticed that the door to the boys' restroom near the auditorium was unlocked. This restroom was always locked during school hours. We'd been told it was under renovation or something, but it had been closed off since like 1st grade. None of us had ever been inside it. "Hey, check it out," Carlos said, pushing the door open a little. "It's open." The hallway was empty, and we were bored, so naturally we went in. It didn't look special or anything, just an old restroom with those beige-yellow tiles that were probably white at some point. It had that smell that all school bathrooms have, cheap soap and those pink urinal cakes. But there was something else too, a sort of dampness in the air that made my skin feel clammy. The lights were those old fluorescent tubes that buzzed and flickered like they were about to die. They cast this sickly greenish glow over everything. I remember thinking it looked like one of those horror movies my older cousin would watch when my aunt wasn't home. "This place is nasty," Ricky said, but he went in anyway. We all did. Carlos immediately went to check out the stalls, while David and I walked over to the sinks. They were those old-fashioned ones, with separate hot and cold faucets that never mixed right. I turned on the cold water to wash my hands, because they felt sticky from the candy I'd snuck during the assembly. That's when it happened. When I pressed down on the faucet handle, there was this sound. Not just the normal rushing water sound, but something else underneath it. A sort of high-pitched noise that made my skin crawl. At first I thought it was just air in the pipes. Old buildings make weird noises all the time, right? "Did you guys hear that?" I asked, letting go of the handle. The water stopped, and so did the sound. "Hear what?" David asked, standing next to me. "I don't know, like a weird noise when I turned on the water." David shrugged and pressed down on his own faucet. Nothing unusual happened. "You're hearing things, Miguel," he said, splashing water on his face. I pressed my faucet again, and there it was, louder this time. A sound like someone screaming, but far away, like it was coming from inside the pipes. It wasn't just air or metal contracting. It was a human sound. "Dude!" I let go of the handle like it had burned me. "There's something in there!" David looked at me like I was crazy, but he must have seen something in my face because he tried my faucet too. He pressed it down slowly, and we both leaned in close. The water came out normal for a second, and then a voice, clear as day, saying, "Help me," in this horrible, agonizing whisper that seemed to echo around the bathroom. It wasn't loud, but it was unmistakable, and it wasn't coming from the drain. It was coming from the water itself, like each droplet carried a piece of the voice. David jumped back so fast he slipped on the wet floor and had to grab the sink to keep from falling. "What the hell was that?" he whispered, his eyes wide. By this point, Carlos had come over to see what was going on. We were all huddled around the sink now, staring at it like it might explode. "Try it again," Carlos said, his voice shaking a little. I didn't want to, but I also needed to know if I was imagining things. I reached out and pressed the handle again, pushing it all the way down this time. The voice came back, louder and clearer. "Help me, please!" And then something that sounded like sobbing, mixed with the sound of rushing water. It was the worst sound I've ever heard in my life, like someone in terrible pain, desperate and somehow not human anymore. We all heard it this time. I could tell by the way Carlos's face went completely white, and David started backing toward the door. "Let's get out of here," Ricky said from behind us. I hadn't even noticed him come over. Nobody needed to be told twice. We all turned and ran for the door, pushing and shoving to get out first. In our panic, none of us realized we were missing someone until we were halfway down the hallway. Ricky stopped suddenly. "Where's Carlos?" We all froze. Carlos. He had been right there with us at the sink, but now he wasn't. "He was right behind me," David said, looking back at the bathroom door, which was slowly swinging shut. "Carlos!" I shouted, but not too loud because I didn't want to attract any teachers. The last thing we needed was to get in trouble for being in the forbidden bathroom. There was no answer. We stood there for what felt like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds, trying to decide what to do. None of us wanted to go back in there, but we couldn't. "Just leave Carlos." Then the bathroom door burst open, and Carlos came running out. His face was streaked with tears, and he was hyperventilating so bad I thought he might pass out. "Why did you leave me?" he sobbed, grabbing onto Ricky's arm so hard his knuckles turned white. "Why did you guys leave me alone in there?" "You were right behind us," I said, but Carlos shook his head violently. "I was in the stall. I went to pee, and when I came out, you were all gone." He was shaking all over, and his nose was running, mixing with the tears on his face, and it was there with me. It was right next to me. The way he said "it" made my blood run cold. "What was next to you?" David asked, his voice barely audible. Carlos just shook his head again, unable to speak through his sobs. He never did tell us what he saw or felt in that bathroom after we left. Not that day, not ever. He refused to talk about it, and within a month, his family had moved to Arizona to live with his grandmother. We lost touch after that. We all swore not to tell anyone what happened. We were afraid of getting in trouble, sure, but it was more than that. It felt like talking about it might make it more real somehow, might bring whatever was in that bathroom out into the open where it could find us. The next Monday, the bathroom was locked again. I noticed a maintenance guy changing the lock, making it even more secure. I never saw that bathroom open again for the rest of my time at Evergreen. For a while after that, I had nightmares about voices in the pipes. I'd wake up sweating, thinking I could hear that desperate "help me" coming from the bathroom down the hall. My mom took me to a doctor because I refused to shower alone for almost 6 months. I couldn't handle the sound of running water without someone else in the room with me. I'm 30 now, with a decent job and an apartment in Pasadena. I've mostly put that day behind me. Mostly. But sometimes, when I'm alone in a public restroom and I turn on a faucet, I find myself holding my breath, waiting, and I never ever drink water directly from the tap. About 5 years ago, I tried to research the history of Evergreen Elementary. I was hoping to find some explanation, Maybe the school was built on an old cemetery, or there had been some tragic accident involving the plumbing system. Something that would make sense of what we experienced. All I found was that in 1974, a 6-year-old boy had gone missing during school hours. They never found him. The article didn't say much else, just that he had last been seen heading to the restroom during recess. I sometimes wonder if Carlos saw something in that bathroom that the rest of us didn't. Something that was there all along, waiting. Maybe that's why the bathroom was kept locked, not because of renovations, but because someone knew what was in there. Last month, I drove past Evergreen. The building's been completely renovated now, modernized with new windows and a fancy digital sign out front. I sat in my car across the street for almost an hour, just staring at it, wondering if the new construction had disturbed whatever was living in those pipes. I still have nightmares sometimes, not as often as I used to, but they're worse now. In them, I'm always alone in that bathroom. The lights flicker out, and I hear that voice coming from every faucet, every drain, growing louder and louder until it's not just saying, "Help me," anymore. It's saying my name. Sometimes I think about trying to contact Carlos to finally ask him what he saw that day. But then I remember his face when he ran out of that bathroom, how absolutely terrified he looked, and I decide it's better not to know. Some things should stay buried, even if they're just memories, especially if they're memories of something that shouldn't exist in the first place. But I still wonder, 20 years later, what exactly we encountered in that school restroom, and what Carlos meant when he said, "It was next to him." I don't think I'll ever know, and maybe that's for the best, because the one thing I'm certain of is that whatever spoke to us through that faucet wasn't just air in the pipes. And it's probably still there, waiting for someone else to hear its plea for help. I just hope no one ever answers it. Story 15. I still can't explain what happened that summer afternoon when I was 14. It's been 7 years, and I've tried everything: research, talking to physics professors, even those paranormal investigation forums. Nothing. I'm posting this hoping someone out there has experienced something similar or has any kind of explanation, because it still keeps me up at night. For context, my sister Elise and I were living with our dad in Riverdale, just your typical small town where nothing interesting ever happens. Well, almost nothing. Our mum had died just 3 months before the incident. She fell down the basement stairs, broke her neck instantly. The doctors said she didn't suffer, which was supposed to make us feel better, I guess. Our basement wasn't anything special, just a rectangular space, about 5 meters from the door to the back wall, maybe 2 or 3 meters wide. Dad had set up an old futon against the back wall, so we could hang out down there when we wanted space. It was the coolest part of the house during summer, which is why Elise and I were down there that day. It was early August, ridiculously hot outside, like the kind of heat where your clothes stick to you the moment you step outdoors. Dad was at work. He'd started taking extra shifts after Mom died. I think being in the empty house was too much for him, so it was just me and Elise, sitting on that futon, talking about random stuff. School was starting in a couple weeks, and Elise was trying to convince me that high school wouldn't be as bad as I thought. We'd been down there maybe an hour. I remember I was sitting cross-legged, and Elise was lying on her back, throwing a stress ball up and catching it. Just normal sister stuff. I was mid-sentence, something about being worried about algebra, when I noticed something. At first it was just a pinpoint of light near the doorway, not like sunlight streaming in or a reflection. This was different. It was this impossibly bright white light, but somehow it didn't hurt to look at it. That sounds crazy, I know, but it was like looking at something that your eyes couldn't quite process. I stopped talking and just stared. The light expanded in less than a second. It stretched vertically until it reached from the floor all the way to the ceiling. It wasn't flat, though. It had depth, like you could reach into it. The edges weren't solid either. They kind of pulsed, wavered, like heat distortion on pavement, but more defined. And the sound, God, the sound. It started as this high-pitched tone, almost like tinnitus, but external. You could physically feel it in your ears. Then it got higher and higher, until it was almost beyond hearing range, but somehow still pressing against my eardrums. The whole thing couldn't have lasted more than 10 seconds. Then it just vanished. Not faded, vanished. One moment it was there, this impossible vertical column of light, and the next it was gone. No afterimage, no lingering sound, nothing. I remember turning to Elise in shock, and her face was completely white. She was sitting bolt upright, the stress ball forgotten on the floor where she dropped it. "Did you see that?" she whispered. Her voice was shaking. I nodded, my throat too dry to speak at first. When I finally found my voice, it came out all wrong. Too high, too tight. "What was that?" "I don't know," Elise said. She was 16, 2 years older than me, and usually pretended to know everything. Hearing her admit she didn't know something made it worse somehow. I got up immediately. I've always been the type to investigate, to need answers. I walked over to where the light had been, right beside the doorway, right where Mom had, where she'd landed. There was nothing there, no mark on the wall, no strange feeling in the air, no residual warmth or cold. Just the same beige wall with the same slightly peeling paint. I even touched it, half expecting to feel something, electricity, vibration, anything, but it was just a wall. "Don't," Elise said. She hadn't moved from the futon. "Don't what?" I asked, still running my fingers over the wall. "Don't mess with it. What if it comes back?" I remember feeling a weird mix of fear and curiosity. "What do you think it was?" Elise shook her head. "I don't know, but it was right where, you know." We both knew. Right where Mom had died. We stayed in the basement for another 20 minutes, both of us too freaked out to leave, but also scared to stay. It was like we were waiting for it to happen again, but also terrified that it would. Eventually, we went upstairs, but neither of us mentioned what happened for the rest of the day. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying those few seconds in my head. The light had seemed almost deliberate, not random like ball lightning or some electrical phenomenon. It had appeared exactly where it did for a reason. At least that's how it felt. The next morning, I asked Elise if we could talk about it. We sat at the kitchen table while Dad was in the shower, speaking in hushed voices, even though he couldn't hear us. "It was like a portal," I said. It was the first time I'd used that word, but it seemed to fit. "Like in movies." "This isn't a movie, Mia," Elise snapped. Then she sighed. "Sorry, I'm just freaked out." "Me too, but we both saw it, right? We're not crazy." She nodded slowly. "Yeah, we both saw it. But what does that mean?" I hesitated before saying what I'd been thinking all night. Do you think it had something to do with Mom?" Elise didn't answer right. "Away." "I don't know," she finally said. "Maybe, but that's not how things work." "How do you know how things work?" I asked. "People don't see portal things in their basements either, but we did." We agreed to do some research. This was back in 2016, so we had internet, but it wasn't like now where you can find people talking about literally anything. We spent hours searching for things like ball of light that turns into portal and vertical light phenomenon in-house. Most of what we found was either sci-fi stuff or really technical physics papers about ball lightning. But ball lightning didn't fit. From what we read, ball lightning is usually associated with storms, and it moves around. What we saw appeared from nothing on a clear day and stayed in one fixed position. Plus, ball lightning is usually described as being orange or blue, not the pure white we saw. We found some paranormal forums where people talked about seeing strange lights, but nothing that matched our experience exactly. The closest was some guy claiming he saw a doorway of light in his apartment, but when we messaged him for details, he never responded. After about a week of obsessive research, Elise said we should stop. "We're not going to figure it out," she said, "and I don't want to keep thinking about it." I couldn't let it go that easily. I started spending time in the basement alone, hoping it would happen again. Sometimes I'd just sit on the futon for hours, staring at that spot by the door. Other times I'd talk out loud, asking Mom if she was trying to reach us. I felt stupid doing it, but also desperate. It never appeared again, not even a flicker. Eventually I stopped going to the basement unless I had to. It started feeling less like a place where something amazing had happened, and more like a place that reminded me of what I'd lost, both Mom and the possibility of understanding what we'd seen. Dad sold the house when I was 17. We moved to a different town for his new job, and I was secretly relieved. Part of me was afraid of the basement, and part of me was afraid I'd never stop waiting for that light to come back. Now I'm 21 in college, studying physics of all things. Maybe subconsciously I'm still looking for answers. Elise rarely talks about that day. When I brought it up last Christmas, she changed the subject so quickly I couldn't even press her on it. Sometimes I wonder if we really saw anything at all. Grief does strange things to people, especially kids. Maybe our brains just couldn't process Mom being gone, so they manufactured something to give us hope. But then I remember the sound. That impossible rising tone that I can still hear perfectly in my memory, and I know we saw something real. Was it connected to Mom? Was it some weird natural phenomenon science hasn't explained yet? Was it something else entirely? I still don't know. All I know is that for 10 seconds on a hot summer day 7 years ago, the laws of reality seemed to bend in our basement. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I still find myself wondering what would have happened if I'd been brave enough to step through. Story 16. I never believed in the supernatural. Ghosts, spirits, whatever you want to call them. I always thought it was just people's imaginations running wild, or their minds playing tricks on them. But something happened 3 nights ago that I still can't explain. And I need to get this off my chest because I haven't been able to sleep properly since. I live in Oakwood Heights, one of those fancy gated communities with manicured lawns and houses that all cost at least $500,000. My wife and I moved here about 2 years ago. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, where people leave their doors unlocked, though we don't, and where nothing bad ever happens. At least, that's what the real estate agent told us. Every night around 9, I take my German Shepherd Luna for our nightly walk. It's been our routine since we got her as a puppy 4 years ago. She's always been this fearless dog, the type that would chase after anything that moves and bark at strangers until I tell her it's okay. She once stood her ground against a coyote that wandered into our previous neighborhood. That's just how she is. Protective, brave, not afraid of anything. Tuesday night started like any other. I grabbed Luna's leash, put on my jacket because it was a bit chilly, and headed out. The moon was nearly full, and there were hardly any clouds, so visibility was pretty good despite it being dark. We took our usual route through the neighborhood, past the community center, around the small man-made lake, and then toward the newer section of the subdivision. This is important. I know every inch of this neighborhood. I've walked these streets hundreds of times, day and night. I know which houses leave their porch lights on all night. I know which yards Luna likes to sniff around in. I know which corners have blind spots and which streets have broken sidewalks. That's why what happened next was so unsettling. We were about 40 minutes into our walk when we crossed Maple Drive to enter the newer section of the neighborhood. This area has fewer streetlights, and the houses are a bit more spaced out. As soon as we crossed, Luna stopped dead in her tracks. I figured she'd spotted a rabbit or something, so I gently tugged on her leash to keep moving. That's when I saw it. About 200 meters ahead, there was a figure moving down the street in our direction. At first, I thought it was just someone out for a late walk like me. The figure appeared to be wearing something white on their head, like a white hat or hood that seemed to have this faint glow to it. What caught my attention was the way this person was moving. They seemed to be skipping, like a child might skip down the street, except something was off about it. The movement was unnaturally slow. It's hard to describe, but it was as if there was a delay between each skip, like they were momentarily suspended in the air longer than physically possible. And there was absolutely no sound, no footsteps, no rustling of clothes, nothing. Even at that distance, on a quiet night like that, you'd expect to hear something. "Hello," I called out, thinking maybe it was one of the teenagers from the neighborhood playing some kind of prank. No response. "Hey there," I called again, louder this time. Still nothing. The figure just continued its bizarre skipping, moving at the same pace, coming closer. That's when I noticed Luna. My brave, fearless dog was trembling. She had tucked her tail between her legs and was making this whimpering sound I'd never heard from her before. She started backing up, pulling on the leash to go in the opposite direction. In the 4 years I've had Luna, I've never seen her scared of anything, not thunderstorms, not bigger dogs, not even that time we encountered a black bear while hiking. But at that moment, she was terrified. A chill ran down my spine. Something was very wrong. If it had just been me seeing something strange, I might have dismissed it as my imagination or a trick of the light. But Luna's reaction, that confirmed I wasn't imagining things. Whatever was ahead of us, she sensed something about it that scared her to her core. I'm not ashamed to admit that seeing my dog like that freaked me out completely. Without hesitation, I turned around and started walking back the way we came, quickly, not running. Some instinct told me not to run, but walking fast enough that Luna had to trot to keep up. Every few seconds, I'd glance over my shoulder to make sure the figure wasn't following us. Each time I looked back, my heart would pound until I confirmed the street behind us was empty. Luna kept close to my leg, still whimpering occasionally, still clearly spooked. The walk back home felt like it took forever. Streets that normally took 5 minutes to traverse seemed to stretch endlessly. I kept checking behind us, kept listening for any sound that might indicate we were being followed. My mind was racing, trying to come up with rational explanations for what I'd seen. Maybe it was just someone wearing reflective gear for a night jog. But that wouldn't explain the weird movement or Luna's reaction. Maybe it was a Halloween decoration someone had put up early, being blown by the wind. But there wasn't any wind that night, and it had been moving down the street, not just swaying in place. When we finally reached our house, I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I dropped them twice before managing to get the door open. Once inside, I locked the door, then checked all the windows and the back door too. Luna went straight to her bed in the corner of the living room and curled up into a tight ball, still trembling slightly. My wife was already asleep upstairs and I didn't wake her. What would I even say? "Hey, I think I just saw a ghost." She'd think I was losing it. Instead, I sat on the couch in the dark living room, trying to process what had happened. I kept replaying the scene in my mind, the figure with its glowing white hat, the unnatural skipping motion, the complete absence of sound, and Luna's fear. God, I couldn't get over Luna's fear. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just sat there, occasionally checking out the windows, half expecting to see that figure standing in our front yard, looking up at our house. But there was nothing. The next morning I was exhausted but tried to act normal. I told my wife I'd had trouble sleeping because of heartburn. I took Luna out for her morning walk, but I stuck to just going around our immediate block, staying in the well-populated areas. She seemed back to normal, but I noticed she kept looking in the direction we'd gone the night before. Her ears perked up, alertly. I've spent the past few days trying to rationalize what happened. I've gone back and forth between thinking I hallucinated the whole thing or that there must be some logical explanation I'm missing. But then I remember Luna's reaction and all my rationalizations fall apart. If I was hallucinating, why would Luna have been so scared? She saw or sensed something too, something that terrified her in a way nothing ever had before. I asked a few neighbors if they'd seen anything strange recently, being casual about it. Nobody mentioned anything unusual. I even drove through that section of the neighborhood during daylight hours, looking for anything that could explain what I saw. Maybe a decorative scarecrow or something that could have looked strange in the dark. Nothing. I haven't taken Luna for our usual nighttime walk since then. I've been walking her earlier before sunset and sticking to the busier parts of the neighborhood. Call me a coward, but I have no desire to see that figure again. And honestly, I don't think Luna wants to either. The rational part of my brain keeps telling me there must be an explanation. Maybe it was just someone playing a prank. Maybe it was a combination of shadows and moonlight creating an optical illusion. Maybe I was more tired than I realized and my mind was playing tricks on me. But then I remember Luna's reaction, and I know deep down that whatever we encountered that night wasn't normal. It wasn't human, and thinking about it still makes my skin crawl. I haven't told anyone else about this until now. My wife would worry, my friends would think I'm crazy, and the neighbors would probably start avoiding me. But I needed to tell someone, to put it into words, to see if anyone else has experienced something similar. I don't know what that thing was. I don't know if it was dangerous or just passing through. All I know is that for those few moments on that quiet street, I felt a fear more primal and deep than anything I've ever experienced, and I never want to feel it again. So if you live in a nice, safe neighborhood like mine, and you think nothing bad ever happens there, think again. Because sometimes the scariest things aren't the ones that make the news. Sometimes they're the things that skip slowly down your street at night, making no sound, wearing a glowing white hat. And sometimes the only proof you have that you're not going crazy is the fear in your dog's eyes. Story 17. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or supernatural stuff. I was always the rational one, the guy who'd laugh when friends would talk about spirits or energies or whatever. But after what's been happening to me these past few months, I don't know what to believe anymore. It all started about 6 months ago after I moved into this apartment complex on the edge of town. Nothing fancy, just a one-bedroom place on the 3rd floor that I could afford on my salary. The building itself is pretty old, probably built in the 70s, with those thin walls that let you hear everything your neighbors are doing. At least, that's what I thought all those noises were at first, just neighbors being noisy. The first incident happened about 3 weeks after I moved in. I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone when I heard it. Breathing. Not my own breathing, but someone else's, coming from somewhere behind my headboard. It was slow and deliberate, like someone trying to control their breath while hiding. I immediately sat up and turned on my bedside lamp, but there was nothing there, just my wall with the peeling beige paint. I chalked it up to the pipes or the heating system making weird noises. Old buildings do that, right? But then it started happening regularly. Every few nights, always when I was about to fall asleep, that breathing would start. Sometimes it seemed to move around the room, from behind the wall to the corner by my closet, then over to the bathroom door. After about a month of this, I started seeing things. Just glimpses at first, shadows that seemed too tall and too thin to be human, disappearing around corners or standing at the end of the hallway when I'd get up for a glass of water at night. I'd blink and they'd be gone, but the feeling of being watched remained. I started to sleep with all the lights on, which helped a little, but also ran up my electric bill. The lack of decent sleep was taking a toll on me. I became irritable, anxious, constantly on edge. My performance at work suffered, and my boss suggested I get some help. So I did. I went to see a doctor who referred me to a psychiatrist. After a couple of sessions and a particularly bad week where I hadn't slept more than 2 hours a night, they suggested I check into a psychiatric ward for observation and to regulate my sleep. I thought it would be a relief to get away from my apartment, to sleep somewhere else where those sounds and shadows couldn't follow me. I was so wrong. The first night in the ward was quiet. I slept better than I had in weeks. But on the second night, I woke up around 3 in the morning to find one of those tall shadow figures standing at the foot of my bed. I froze, unable to move or scream, just watching as it slowly leaned over me. Then the night nurse came in for a routine check, turned on the light, and it was gone. I told the nurse what I'd seen, and she made a note in my chart. I could tell she thought it was just part of whatever mental health issues had brought me there. But the next morning, another patient approached me in the common room. "I saw it too," he whispered, looking around nervously. "The tall one, in the hallway last night." Over the next few days, more patients started talking about seeing strange things. Shadows running past windows, figures standing at the end of corridors. One woman claimed she saw a tall, thin figure standing on the roof of the facility while she was getting her medication. The staff dismissed it all as mass hysteria, triggered by my delusion spreading to other vulnerable patients. After 2 weeks, they discharged me with a prescription for anti-anxiety medication and sleeping pills. I didn't tell them that the shadows had followed me there. What was the point? They'd just keep me longer or up my dosage. Going back to my apartment was the last thing I wanted to do, but I had nowhere else to go. I couldn't afford to break my lease, and none of my friends had space for me to crash for more than a night or two. So I went back, hoping that maybe the medication would help me sleep through whatever was happening. It didn't. If anything, things got worse. The breathing sounds became louder, more obvious. I'd be sitting on my couch watching TV and suddenly hear someone exhale right behind me. I'd spin around, heart pounding, but there was never anyone there. Then the knocking started, soft at first, like someone gently tapping on the wall, then scratching, like fingernails dragging down the drywall from the inside. It would start in one spot, then move to another wall, then another, circling the apartment. The worst part was the constant feeling that something was about to jump on me from behind. I couldn't relax, couldn't let my guard down. I started sitting with my back to the wall whenever possible, just so I could see the entire room. Things began to disappear. I'd put a water bottle on my desk before bed, and by morning it would be gone. Not just moved, completely vanished from the apartment. My keys would disappear from the hook by the door and turn up in the refrigerator. Once, all my left shoes disappeared for 3 days, then suddenly reappeared lined up perfectly under my bed. About 2 months ago, the physical stuff started. I was washing my face in the bathroom when I felt something touch my arm, like fingers lightly brushing against my skin. I jerked away so hard I knocked over everything on the counter. Another time, I felt something grab my ankle while I was lying in bed. I kicked out and fell onto the floor in my panic. Then the water started turning on by itself. I'd wake up to find the bathroom sink running, or come home from work to discover my shower had been on all day. My water bill skyrocketed, but that was the least of my concerns. Last month, things got so bad that I checked myself into a different psychiatric facility, hoping maybe a change of location would help. It didn't. The same things happened. The shadows, the other patients seeing things, the staff not believing any of it. One night, I woke up to find my hospital room door wide open, when I knew it had been closed when I went to sleep. A nurse swore she hadn't opened it during her rounds. When I returned to my apartment after that second hospital stay, I was desperate. I reached out to an old friend who's into all that spiritual stuff, crystals, tarot cards, sage cleansing, the works. She came over with all her equipment, but the moment she walked through my door, she went pale. "This isn't a ghost," she said, her voice shaking. "This is something else, something darker." She believed what was in my apartment was a demon, not a human spirit. According to her, demons don't just randomly haunt places, they're attracted to something or someone. She asked if I'd been messing with Ouija boards or other occult objects, which I hadn't. She suggested that maybe the previous tenant had. or that something about the building itself was attracting this entity. Whatever it was, she didn't feel equipped to deal with it. She recommended I contact a priest or a professional demonologist, but I didn't even know where to begin with that. Who do you call for an exorcism these days? It's not like they're listed in the yellow pages. So I've been living with it, trying to cope as best I can. I sleep in short bursts, never more than an hour at a time. I've set up cameras in every room, hoping to catch something on video that I can show to someone as proof that I'm not losing my mind. So far, all they've recorded are shadows that could be dismissed as tricks of the light and objects moving slightly when I'm not in the room. Last night was the worst it's ever been. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep despite the soft scratching sounds coming from inside the wall, when I felt the mattress depress behind me, like someone had sat down on the edge of the bed. I could feel the warmth of something pressing against my back, like a body leaning against mine. I lay there, paralyzed with fear, unable to turn around and look at what was there. I felt breath on the back of my neck, hot and damp, and then what felt like a hand slowly sliding around my waist. I shut my eyes tight and started reciting the only prayer I could remember from childhood, over and over in my head. After what seemed like an eternity, the pressure lifted, and when I finally got the courage to turn around, nothing was there. I haven't slept since. I can't. Every time I close my eyes, I feel that presence getting closer. The scratching in the walls is constant now, and I swear I can hear whispering beneath it, though I can't make out any words. I'm writing this from a 24-hour diner down the street. I don't want to go back to my apartment, but I don't know where else to go. The hospitals didn't help. My friends think I'm having some kind of breakdown. My family lives across the country. The waitress keeps giving me concerned looks as I sit here nursing the same cup of coffee for the past 3 hours. I know I look terrible, unshaven, dark circles under my eyes, jumping at every sound. But I can't go back there. Not after last night. I'm afraid of what might happen if I do. I'm afraid that whatever's been living in my walls, watching me, touching me, breathing on me, I'm afraid it's getting stronger, more bold, and I don't know how much longer I can fight it off. If anyone has experienced anything like this or knows someone who can help, please reach out. I don't know what else to do. I don't know how much longer I can last like this. Story 18. I'm not sure this is the right place to talk about this, but I've been carrying it for too long and need to get it off my chest. I've never told this story in full before, not even to my closest friends. Just typing this makes my hands shake, but I need to share it with people who might understand or have experienced something similar. I spent a good chunk of my childhood living in my grandparents' basement in northern Alabama. It wasn't as bad as it sounds. The basement had been converted into a small apartment where my mom and I stayed while she was getting back on her feet after divorcing my dad. The space itself was decent. A bedroom for my mom, a small room for me, a bathroom and a tiny kitchenette area. But from the first night we moved in, something felt wrong. The air always felt heavy, like someone had their hands around your throat but wasn't squeezing yet. Just present. I was only 9 at the time, so I chalked it up to being in a new place and missing our old house. After a few weeks, I noticed our cat, Milo, would stare at empty corners of the ceiling, his back arched and his fur standing on end. He'd follow something with his eyes that I couldn't see, moving his head slowly from one side of the room to the other. When I'd try to see what he was looking at, there was never anything there. Just empty space. The drapes would move sometimes when there was no breeze. I'd be sitting on the floor playing with my toys, and out of the corner of my eye, I'd see them shift slightly, like someone had just brushed past them. My mom said it was probably just air from the vents, but the vents were on the opposite side of the room. Things got worse when my mom started having nightmares. Not just normal bad. Dreams. These were recurring and specific. She'd wake up screaming, drenched in sweat, mumbling about the men. Eventually, she told me about them. 3 tall figures, faceless, standing at the foot of her bed. They never touched her, just stood there and said horrible things. She couldn't remember exactly what they said, just that it made her feel worthless and terrified. I started sleeping in her room after that. I never saw anything, but sometimes I'd wake up feeling like someone was watching us from the doorway. When I'd look, there was never anyone there, but the feeling wouldn't go away. About 6 months after we moved in, my mom met Steve. He was nice enough, kind of quiet, but he made my mom happy for the first time in a long while. They met at her work, and after dating for a few months, she invited him over for dinner. The thing about Steve was that he had what my mom called a 6th sense. He could feel things that other people couldn't. My mom thought it was fascinating, but I was skeptical. That is, until he came to our place for the first time. Steve brought his daughter Lily, who was about 4 at the time. We were all sitting in the living room area of the basement when Lily suddenly stopped playing with the toys my mom had set out for her. She was staring at the window, her little face gone completely white. "Daddy," she whispered, not taking her eyes off the window. "Who's that man?" Steve followed her gaze. "What man, sweetie?" "The tall man, the one with no face." My blood ran cold. My mom looked at me, and I could see the fear in her eyes. Steve went to the window and pulled back the curtain, but there was nothing there, just the darkness outside. Lily started crying. "He's still there, Daddy. He's looking at me." Steve picked her up and held her close. "We need to leave," he said to my mom. His voice was calm, but his eyes were wide with fear. That night, after they left, my mom told me we were moving out. She'd been saving up, and we had enough for a small apartment across town. We moved within a week. The day we were moving the last of our things, all the doors in the basement kept slamming shut. Not violently, but firmly, one after another. There was no breeze, no open windows, just doors closing on their own, like the house was trying to keep us there. We got out, but I never felt like it was over. Even in our new place, I'd wake up sometimes with that same feeling of being watched. I'd see movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there. It was like whatever had been in that basement had followed us. Years passed. I grew up, went to college, tried to put it all behind me. But the feeling never completely went away. I'd be sitting in my dorm room studying, and suddenly the air would feel heavy again. Or I'd be walking home at night and feel like someone was walking just behind me, matching my pace exactly. When I was in my early 20s, I came across a story online about something called Slender Man. There was an image attached, a tall, unnaturally thin figure in a black suit with no face. My stomach dropped. I showed it to my mom the next time I visited her. She went pale when she saw it. "That's him," she whispered. "That's the one from my nightmares." I didn't know what to do with that information. I knew the Slender Man was supposed to be an internet creation, not something real. But how did my mom have nightmares about something that looked exactly like this years before it became an internet phenomenon? I started doing research, talking to people who knew about paranormal things. A friend of mine had an aunt who practiced Wicca, and she agreed to meet with me. She listened to my story without judgment, then told me something that still makes my skin crawl. "Some entities can attach themselves to people or families," she explained. "They feed off fear, negative energy, and once they've found a source they like, they don't want to let go." She paused, studying my face. "This entity remembers your family. It wants you to come back." "Back where?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "To that house, to where it first found you." I told her that wasn't possible. My grandparents had sold the house years ago, and we had no reason to ever go back there. She shook her head. "It doesn't matter. It knows you. It can find you, especially if you go anywhere near that area." And she was right. Whenever I visited my grandparents, they'd moved to a retirement community a few miles from their old house. The feeling of being watched would intensify. I'd have nightmares every night I stayed there, always involving a tall, faceless figure standing at the foot of my bed or outside my window. 3 years ago, I went back to Alabama for Christmas. My grandparents were both gone by then, but my mom still lived in the area, and I hadn't seen her in over a year. The first night I was there, I had the worst nightmare yet. In the dream, I was back in that basement. It was empty except for a mattress on the floor where I was lying. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. And then I saw them. 3 tall, thin figures standing in the corners of the room. They had no faces, just smooth, pale skin where features should be. They started moving toward me, not walking, but gliding, like they were floating just above the floor. As they got closer, I could hear them whispering, but not with voices. The sound seemed to be coming from inside my own head. They were saying my name over and over, telling me they'd been waiting for me to come back, that they'd never really let me go. I woke up screaming, drenched in sweat. My mom came running into the guest room, and when she saw my face, she knew. "You had the dream, didn't you?" she asked. I could only nod. The next day, I told her I had to leave. I couldn't stay in Alabama anymore. She understood, didn't try to convince me otherwise. As I was packing my car, she hugged me tightly and whispered, "Be careful. Don't look back when you drive away." I didn't understand what she meant until I was pulling out of her driveway. In my rearview mirror, I could see something standing at the edge of her property. It was tall, unnaturally so, and thin. It was wearing what looked like a black suit, but its proportions were all wrong. Arms too long, legs too thin. And where its face should have been was just nothing. I slammed on the gas and didn't slow down until I was on the interstate. My hands were shaking so badly I had to pull over at a rest stop. That's when I realized what had happened. Whatever this thing was, it had been waiting for me to come back to Alabama, waiting to attach itself to me again. And when it realized I was leaving, it made one last, desperate attempt to keep me there. Since then, I've moved 3 times. I don't tell people where I'm from anymore. I've cut off contact with almost everyone from my past, including my mom, though that breaks my heart. I only talk to her on the phone now, never video calls, and I make sure to use different phones each time. I still feel it sometimes, not as strongly as before, but it's there, that sensation of being watched, of something standing just behind me. I'll be in the shower and suddenly feel the air go cold, or I'll be driving and catch a glimpse of something impossibly tall standing by the side of the road. It's following me, I know it is. It's just waiting for me to let my guard down. I don't know what it wants from me or my family. I don't know why it chose us. All I know is that it's patient. It's been watching me for over 20 years now, and it shows no signs of giving up. Sometimes I think about going back to that house, confronting whatever this thing is. But then I remember those faceless figures from my nightmare, the way they seem to look at me without eyes, and I know I can't. I'm too afraid of what might happen if I ever see it face to face, or rather, face to no face. So I keep running, keep moving, keep looking over my shoulder, because I know it's out there waiting, and sometimes late at night when I'm alone in my apartment, I swear I can hear it whispering my name. Story 19. I still can't really explain what happened to me last summer in Budapest. I've been putting off writing about it because honestly, I'm still trying to make sense of it all. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. So I'm a bit of a nomad. I work remotely as a software developer and spend a few months in different cities around the world. Last July, I found this incredible deal on a short-term rental in Budapest. A spacious 2-bedroom apartment in this massive old building near Andrassy Avenue. The listing mentioned the building was over 200 years old, but I didn't think much of it. Europe is full of old buildings, right? My friend Jake was joining me for the first 2 weeks. which I was glad about once I actually saw the place. The apartment itself was gorgeous. High ceilings, huge windows, renovated interior, but getting to it was strange. The building had this grand old elevator with the metal gate that you had to pull closed manually. It only went up to the 3rd floor though, and our apartment was on the 5th. From the 3rd floor, you had to take this ancient staircase that looked like it hadn't been renovated since the Cold War ended. The first weird thing I noticed was how the temperature would drop dramatically in that stairwell. It was July, super hot outside, but climbing those stairs felt like walking into a freezer. I brushed it off as just old building quirks. The landlord, an older Hungarian woman who barely spoke English, handed over the keys with what felt like unusual haste. She kept glancing at her watch, clearly wanting to leave. Before she left, she pointed to the communal balcony at the end of our hallway and muttered something about not going out after midnight. With my non-existent Hungarian, I assumed she meant noise regulations or something. The first few days were normal. Jake and I explored the city, hit up the thermal baths, did the tourist stuff, but I started noticing things when we'd come back to the apartment. Footsteps in the hallway when there shouldn't be any. The landlord had mentioned we were the only ones staying on our floor during the summer. The building was mostly occupied by elderly residents who were away visiting family. By the end of the first week, I couldn't ignore it anymore. I'd be working at my desk and clearly hear someone walking up and down the hallway. Heavy footsteps, like work boots on the wooden floors. I'd open the door to check, and there would be nobody there, every single time. Then I started hearing my name. Just quiet at first, almost like someone was whispering Marcus from another room. I'd ask Jake if he called me, and he'd look at me like I was crazy. It happened more frequently when Jake was out exploring on his own. The bathroom was where things got really unsettling. The door had no lock, just an old latch that didn't really catch properly. Multiple times I'd be showering and feel this cold draft. I'd turn around to see the door closed, completely closed, when I was certain I had left it open. No windows were open, no reason for a draft to push it shut. The first couple times, I thought maybe Jake had come back and closed it without me noticing. But then it happened when I was completely alone in the apartment. After Jake left at the end of the second week, things escalated. I'm not typically jumpy or superstitious, but being alone in that apartment started to wear on me. The footsteps in the hallway got louder and more frequent. Sometimes I'd hear what sounded like someone running full speed down the hall, only to open the door and find nothing. I started having trouble sleeping. I'd wake up at odd hours feeling like someone was watching me. The apartment had these tall windows with heavy old curtains, and several times I could swear I saw the curtains move as if someone had just let them fall back into place. Then came that night. It was a Wednesday, I think. I had been tossing and turning since going to bed around 11. By 3 in the morning, I gave up on sleep and decided to have a cigarette on the communal balcony. It was a beautiful, clear night, and Budapest is gorgeous when lit up at night. I grabbed my smokes and lighter and headed out to the balcony. The hallway was dark, except for those motion-activated lights that would flicker on when you walked past. I stepped out onto the balcony and lit up, trying to calm my nerves. The city was completely silent, except for the occasional car passing by 5 stories below. That's when I heard it. Footsteps, but not normal ones. It sounded like someone was sprinting up the stairs from the 4th floor, taking the steps 2 or 3 at a time. The motion sensor lights in the hallway started flicking on one after another, as if tracking someone's movement. I froze, cigarette halfway to my lips, listening to these heavy footsteps racing toward my floor. The footsteps reached the landing, and the light right outside the balcony door flicked on. I held my breath, expecting someone to burst onto the balcony any second, but nobody came. After about 30 seconds, the light went off again. My heart was racing, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was another resident I hadn't met yet. Maybe someone was sneaking a girl up to their apartment. Still, at 3 in the morning, in a building full of elderly people who were supposedly away, I cautiously stepped back into the hallway. The lights clicked on as I moved, illuminating the empty corridor. I walked slowly toward the staircase, checking if anyone was there. Nothing, just the eerie quiet of the old building. I was about to go back to my apartment when I heard it again, the same frantic running up the stairs. The lights began flicking on again, one after another, coming toward me. I backed away, nearly tripping over my own feet. The footsteps reached the landing, and the light above the staircase illuminated nothing. Absolutely nothing was there. I didn't wait around this time. I hurried back to my apartment, heart pounding in my chest. I locked the door behind me, a solid deadbolt that required a key from both sides. I double-checked it, then triple-checked it. I even dragged a chair over and wedged it under the doorknob for good measure. I sat at my desk, which faced away from the door, and tried to distract myself by answering some work emails. My hands were still shaking as I typed. That's when the temperature in the room suddenly dropped. I could see my breath forming little clouds in front of my face. Then came a loud click from behind me. I spun around in my chair to see my apartment door, the one I had locked and barricaded, standing wide open. The chair was still in place, unmoved, but somehow the door was open. The motion sensor lights in the hallway were all on, as if someone had just walked the entire length of the corridor. I nearly fell over myself getting to the door. I slammed it shut, locked it again, and pushed a heavy dresser in front of it this time. Then I methodically checked every corner of the apartment, looked under the beds, in the closets, behind the shower curtain. I was alone, completely alone. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on my bed with all the lights on, back against the wall, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. When morning finally came, I felt a little better. Supernatural things always seem less frightening in daylight. I convinced myself I was just stressed and sleep-deprived. Maybe I had forgotten to lock the door properly. Maybe there was some weird air pressure thing in these old buildings that could make doors open. I almost had myself believing these explanations. I managed to get a few hours of sleep during the day. When I woke up around 4 in the afternoon, the dresser was still in front of the door, just as I had left it. I felt ridiculous now in the daylight and decided to move it back. That night I forced myself to go to bed at a reasonable hour. I was exhausted from lack of sleep and convinced myself that everything would be fine. I double-checked the locks, left a small lamp on, and eventually drifted off. I was jolted awake by an enormous crashing sound from the hallway. It sounded like someone had thrown a piece of furniture down the stairwell. I sat bolt upright in bed, disoriented and terrified. The digital clock on my nightstand read 4:17 a.m. That's when I noticed my bedroom door was open. I always sleep with it closed. And beyond it, in the living room, I could see that the apartment door was wide open again. The hallway lights were all on, illuminating the entrance to my apartment like a spotlight on a stage. I was paralyzed with fear. I couldn't move, couldn't call out, couldn't do anything but stare at that open door. After what felt like an eternity, I forced myself to get up. I checked the locks. They were intact, undamaged. Nothing in the apartment had been disturbed. Nothing was missing. I pushed the dresser back in front of the door again and sat on the couch until morning, jumping at every sound. When daylight came, I went down to talk to the building superintendent, an older man who spoke broken English. I tried to ask if anyone else had reported strange occurrences in the building. He seemed to understand what I was getting at because his expression immediately changed. He shook his head vigorously and made a gesture like he was zipping his lips. Then he pointed upward toward my floor and made a cross over his chest. Before I could ask anything else, he hurried away, leaving me standing there confused and even more unsettled. Over the next few days, I started noticing other things. Though I was the only smoker on my floor, possibly in the whole building given the elderly population, I would sometimes smell cigarette smoke around the communal balcony when I hadn't been out there. Not just any cigarette smoke either. It smelled like those strong, unfiltered Eastern European cigarettes that nobody really smokes anymore. The hallway itself began to feel oppressive. I would practically run from the elevator to my apartment, keys already in hand. That derelict staircase that led up from the third floor started to terrify me. It continued upward past my floor, going up to what I assumed was the roof access. But it also went down, 6 stories down into what looked like an abyss. I could never see the bottom of that stairwell, just darkness. The superintendent had told me when I moved in that the basement had been unused for almost 100 years. Sometimes I would hear humming coming from that stairwell, a low, tuneless humming that would stop abruptly if I got too close to investigate. I'm not ashamed to admit I started sleeping with the lights on. I also started sleeping on the couch in the living room where I could keep an eye on the front door. No matter what I did, the dresser, chairs, even tying the door handle to a heavy table, I would sometimes wake up to find it standing open, the hallway lights all activated. What really got to me, though, what finally made me pack my bags with 2 weeks still left on my rental, was what happened on my last night there. I had fallen into an uneasy sleep on the couch when I was woken by what felt like someone sitting down beside me. The cushion depressed, and I felt the warmth of a body next to mine. I opened my eyes, expecting to see an intruder, but there was nobody there. Just the cushion, pressed down as if supporting an invisible weight. I felt breath on my face, warm breath with that same stale cigarette smell. Then a whisper right next to my ear. Marcus. I was out of that apartment within the hour. I didn't even wait for morning. I grabbed my essential belongings, left the keys on the kitchen counter, and got a hotel near the train station. I emailed the landlord the next day, making up some family emergency. I've tried researching the building's history since then, but with the language barrier and limited online information about random Budapest apartment buildings, I haven't found much. I don't know if some tragedy happened there, or if something or someone was trying to communicate with me specifically. All I know is that something was in that building, something that knew my name, that could manipulate physical objects, that seemed to take an interest in me for reasons I'll never understand. And sometimes, even now, months later and thousands of miles away, I still wake up in the middle of the night feeling like someone is watching me. And I swear I can smell that distinctive cigarette smoke just for a moment before it disappears. Story 20. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that night. It's been years, but I swear I can still see those eyes staring at me if I close my own for too long. This happened back in 2017 when I was visiting my mum's place in Mindoro. For those who don't know, it's this island in the Philippines, pretty rural in most parts. My mom lives in what you'd call the outskirts. Not quite countryside, but definitely not city either. Houses are spread out and there's a lot of empty lots between properties. My mom's house isn't fancy, but it's decent. 2 bedrooms, a living room, small bathroom, and what we call a dirty kitchen. For anyone not familiar, a dirty kitchen is basically an outdoor or semi-outdoor cooking space separate from the main kitchen. It's common in the Philippines, especially in provincial areas. It's where we do most of the actual cooking, especially anything that makes a lot of smoke or mess. A dirty kitchen is at the very back of the property, built into this awkward corner between 2 rooms. One side faces the neighbor's property, and the other side has this half wall that's about 5 feet tall that opens to an empty lot. The wall has these metal bars on top with chicken wire to keep snakes and other animals out. We get a lot of those during rainy season. That night, I'd come over to drop off some groceries and medicine for my mum. She'd been fighting a cold, nothing serious, but you know how it is with mums. They'll never ask for help even when they need it. I got there around 9:30 in the evening. The main part of the house was dark, except for her bedroom light. I figured she was already in bed watching her telenovelas, so I didn't want to disturb her. I had a key, so I let myself in through the side door that leads straight to the dirty kitchen. I needed to put some of the fresh food in the refrigerator out there. Didn't think twice about it. I'd done this a million times before. The kitchen light was off, and it was really dark. No moonlight that night, just the ambient glow from a neighbor's security light way off in the distance. I fumbled around for the light switch, finding it after a few seconds. When the fluorescent light flickered on, that's when I saw it. There was this thing peering over the wall, just watching me. It's hard to describe, but I'll try. It was humanoid, but definitely not human. Its skin was this sickly pale white color, not like Caucasian white, but like paper white, almost glowing against the darkness behind it, completely hairless. Its head was perfectly round and smooth, like an egg, and its eyes, God, its eyes were huge and black, not like anime big, but unnaturally large and taking up too much of its face. But what really messed me up were the veins. Its entire head had these angry red veins visible under the skin, like a road map of blood vessels. They pulsed slightly. I could actually see them throbbing. The worst part, though, were its hands or fingers or whatever they were. They were gripping the top of the wall, and they were impossibly long as its head at least. Thin like twigs, but with what looked like claws or really long nails at the ends. They didn't look strong, but something about them seemed wrong, like they could tear through skin with no effort. We just stared at each other. 5 seconds maybe, but it felt like forever. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, just stood there with my hand still on the light switch, completely frozen. Then it did something that still haunts my nightmares. Its hands started moving in this bizarre fanning motion, like when you rapidly open and close a folding fan. The fingers splayed out and then came together, out and together, rhythmically. Not fast, but deliberate. Like it was, I don't know, communicating? Threatening me? I have no idea. As it did this hand movement, it slowly sank down behind the wall, never breaking eye contact until its head disappeared from view. I've never moved so fast in my life. I bolted out of there, leaving the groceries scattered on the floor. I ran straight to my mum's room, probably scaring her half to death when I burst in. I was shaking, sweating, barely able to form words. Of course, she wanted to check. My mum's not exactly the fearful type. She grew up in that area and has dealt with snakes, wild dogs, you name it. She grabbed her old wooden bat and we went back to the kitchen together. Nothing was there. We even went outside with flashlights to check the empty lot. Nothing. She thought I'd seen a sick dog or maybe a large monkey that had wandered into the area. There are no monkeys native to our part of Mindoro, but sometimes people keep them as pets and they escape. I didn't argue, but I knew what I saw wasn't any animal. I didn't sleep that night, kept seeing those eyes, those fingers, that fanning motion whenever I closed my eyes. I stayed at Mom's for 2 more days, partly because I was worried about leaving her alone, partly because I was too shaken to drive back to my place in the city. Nothing else happened, and eventually I convinced myself maybe it was just exhaustion or stress playing tricks on my mind. Life went on. I got married in 2020 to my longtime girlfriend, Anna. She'd heard the story before. I told her about it a few months after it happened when we were sharing scary experiences. She believed I saw something, but probably thought I was exaggerating or that it was some kind of animal too. Fast forward to January of this year, 2025. We were visiting my mum for the post-New Year celebration. In the Philippines, holiday celebrations stretch well into January. Mum was insisting we stay over for the weekend. The house had been renovated a bit, new paint, some updated fixtures, but the layout was still the same. I hadn't thought about the pale thing in a while, years really. Anna and I were staying in the second bedroom, which happens to be adjacent to the dirty kitchen, the room that shares a wall with the empty lot side. On our second night there, I was helping Mum prepare dinner in the main kitchen while Anna went to get something from our room. She was gone maybe 10 minutes, long enough that I noticed and was about to call out to check on her. Then she appeared in the doorway, looking pale. "Marcus," she said quietly, pulling me aside. "I need to tell you something, but I don't want your mom to hear." We stepped into the living room and she was visibly shaking. "I was getting my charger from the bedroom," she whispered, "when I saw something weird. There was this pale white arm that reached out from the door of the storage room next to the dirty kitchen." The storage room. It's a small space we use for keeping old stuff, cleaning supplies, that sort of thing. It sits between our bedroom and the dirty kitchen. "It had these really long fingers," she continued, "and they were moving in this strange way, like opening and closing, like a fan." My blood went cold. I'd never described the fanning motion to her, never told her that specific detail. "I ran to check, but the door was closed and locked," she said. "It's always kept locked because of the chemicals in there, right?" She was right. Mom always keeps that door locked because she stores cleaning products and some pesticides in there. The key hangs in the main kitchen. "Did you see anything else?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "A face? Eyes?" She shook her head. "Just the arm and those fingers. It was so white, Marcus. Not like normal skin. Like chalk or paper." I checked the storage room myself. The key was still hanging in the kitchen. The door was locked. Inside, everything looked normal. Just boxes and bottles of cleaning supplies, some old decorations, nothing disturbed. But something had changed. Whatever I saw that night years ago, it wasn't outside anymore. Somehow, it was inside the house. We didn't tell my mom directly. She's 73 now and has high blood pressure. The last thing I wanted was to scare her. Instead, I casually suggested she might want to burn some incense around the house, especially in the back areas. Told her I'd been having strange dreams and remembered how my late grandmother used to say incense cleanses the energy of a place. Mom's traditional enough that she didn't question it. She's been burning incense daily since then. I call her more often now, ask subtle questions about whether she's noticed anything strange. So far, she says everything's normal, but I know what I saw, and now Anna has seen it too. That pale thing with its blood-mapped head and those fingers that move like a fan. I don't know what it is or what it wants. It's nothing from any local folklore I've ever heard, and I've asked around carefully, not wanting to spark rumors. I'm writing this partly to document what happened, partly because I don't know what else to do. We're planning to visit again next month for Mom's birthday, and I'm terrified of what we might find. But I can't just leave her there alone either. Whatever this thing is, it's patient. It waited years between showing itself to me and then to Anna. It's inside the house now, and somehow that fanning motion of its fingers feels like a countdown to something I don't want to find out about.